Chapter 34-21. After looking at it for a moment, Xiaohua's eyes became a little dizzy. Those vortexes were spinning rapidly. Anyone who looked at them for a long time would feel dizzy. Damn it, Xiaohua shook his head and closed his eyes, but there seemed to be more than a dozen vortexes in front of him. However, the vortexes in front of him were black and white and had already stopped spinning. Suddenly, Xiaohua's mind lit up and he almost cried out, "Spinning?" Since the light shadow was in the vortexes and the vortexes were spinning, then the spinning was naturally the source of the light shadow. Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked again. He saw that the more than a dozen vortexes were spinning at different levels, at different heights, and at different speeds. He couldn't see any pattern at all. Xiaohua looked for a moment and seemed to see something. The rotation of the more than a dozen vortexes was changing at every moment, and every change affected the light shadow in the air. However, after Xiaohua looked for a moment and even released his Buddhist sense to carefully observe for a while, he had no choice but to give up. After all, there were tens of thousands of vortexes. There were tens of thousands of spinning vortexes inside, and each rotation seemed to have an extremely subtle pattern. When these tens of thousands of patterns were put together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a mess. Wanting to find a way to enter the array formation in a short time was indeed somewhat unrealistic. When Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the light shadow and the three people who were concentrating, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Alas, this Xiao is a bit of a dead end. This Xiao isn't here to set up the array, let alone to break it. I just need to find a way to enter the array. Since this Xiao knows that the light shadow is spinning, I don't need to look at the changes of the light shadow like them. However, I also don't need to find the pattern of the rotation of these vortexes. With this thought, Xiaohua closed his eyes. His Buddhist sense fell on the water like a cool breeze, and it was as if Xiaohua's heart had calmed down. Xian had been paying attention to Xiaohua. Seeing that he wasn't looking at the light shadow and was looking at the water instead, she had already frowned. Now that he saw that Xiaohua had actually closed his eyes and only released his Buddhist sense to scan the water, he was even more puzzled. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. He looked at the light shadow and then looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's origin was a bit strange. Xian had also asked Ci Hui about it through voice transmission. Although Ci Hui had never seen Xiaohua use Buddhist supernatural powers, based on Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness alone, Ci Hui knew that Xiaohua's Buddhist supernatural powers might not be inferior to hers. This kind of person with an unknown origin and uncontrollable cultivation base was not a good choice to travel with them. However, Ci Hui had also sensed Xiaohua's deep roots of wisdom through the debate of Buddhist principles. He was not the kind of evil person that Xian thought he was. That was why she insisted on bringing Xiaohua along. Seeing that they were about to enter the array and Xiaohua's strange behavior, how could Xian not be vigilant? Senior brother Ci Hui, you have to be careful. After another half a cup of tea or so, there might be an abnormality. Right when Xian was vigilant, Xiaohua suddenly spoke out. Xian was shocked and anxiously asked, "You, how did you know?" Xiaohua's heart had calmed down, so he could see more. In his Buddhist sense, the thousands of whirlpools were like thousands of spinning tops, spinning crookedly. After looking at them for a while, Xiaohua understood that although these whirlpools had different shapes and sizes, as long as the rotation of the whirlpools reached a certain pattern, it would produce a special change. And the simplest part of this pattern was that it was the same. Since he knew that the rotation of the whirlpools was the same, Xiaohua only observed for a moment before he made a decision in his heart and casually reminded Ci Hui. This little monk's intuition may not be true. Xiaohua didn't have time to explain. Moreover, he didn't know whether what he said was correct or not, so he vaguely replied. Xian slightly curled her lips. She wanted to look at the water, but she didn't dare to give up on the light shadow in the air. She simply ignored Xiaohua and focused on looking at the sky. Since he knew that the whirlpools were the same, the door to the formation could be opened. Xiaohua began to calculate where the entrance to the formation would open. Although Buddhist sense was the best at observing minute details and was very useful in observing the whirlpools, Xiaohua also understood that the opening of the formation's entrance was definitely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he wanted to know the location of the entrance, he could only use his divine sense to observe the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or even use his transcendence vision. Of course, Xiaohua was now a little monk of the Buddhist sect, so it wasn't suitable for him to use his divine sense. If he used his transcendence vision, it would be somewhat overkill. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua released his soul sense. Sure enough, after scanning with his soul sense, Xiaohua understood that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the water had been confined. Looking at the thousands of whirlpools, he saw spiritual energy of different sizes. However, these spiritual energies were condensed into threads, directly coming out from the center of the whirlpools. They wantonly swayed in the air like thousands of branches, messy and disorderly. The time it took to drink half a cup of tea quickly passed. As time passed, these threads condensed from spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to move in an orderly manner, gradually moving in front of Xiaohua and the others. An irregular shape of several feet in size gradually appeared. This is the formation's entrance? Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to open his mouth to warn them, he suddenly froze, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his back. No. How could it be so simple? If such weak soul sense could discover the formation's entrance, then wouldn't the Daoist sect's divine sense be able to discover it easily? Why would we need to look for some light portal? Hurry! Over there! Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, Gu Zhen's voice rang out, pointing at a place several li away from the group. Xiaohua hastily raised his head. Sure enough, over 10 zhang in the air, thousands of light shadows suddenly condensed together, slowly forming a 3-meter-wide orange-red portal. Along with Gu Zhen's voice, Ci Hui's body flashed with faint Buddhist light. She put her palms together, chanted Amitabha, and raised her left foot slightly. It was with this raise of her left foot that Ci Hui's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. A wisp of Buddhist light streaked through the air, rushing toward the portal in the air. Let's go. As soon as Ci Hui's figure disappeared, Xian urged them once more. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare delay, each urging their own cloud to follow. As they flew, Xiaohua's soul sense swept out once more, only to see that the portal formed by the world's spiritual energy was gradually disappearing. In the gap that hadn't completely disappeared, there was a wisp of red light flashing through. Hurry, hurry. Xiaohua had just retracted his soul sense when he heard Xian's urgent voice. Raising his head, he saw that several kilometers away, a door had already appeared. But just like the previous lights and shadows, the door began to crumble as soon as it appeared. After all, it was several kilometers away. Even with Xiaohua's lightning escape, there was no way he could make it in such a short amount of time. Isn't this just a test of luck? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If we're lucky, it'll be right next to us. If we're unlucky, it'll be like today. How can we possibly get in? Without waiting for the Buddhist light to reach the portal, Xiaohua and the others had only flown a few li away. The 1 zhang wide portal had already collapsed into 1 qi, and the orange light was about to disappear. But at this moment, the Buddhist light suddenly flourished and then disappeared. When Xiaohua and the others hurriedly looked at the portal, a faint Buddhist light flashed, and Ci Hui's figure appeared there with the Buddhist light. Damn it, this is the heavenly feat. Xiaohua was shocked. Isn't this the teleportation of the physical body? That's right, nascent soul teleportation is a divine ability of nascent soul cultivators, and only nascent soul cultivators can teleport. The physical body of a nascent soul cultivator can't teleport. But this Ci Hui's heavenly feat allowed her to instantly fly a few li away. She was even more powerful than a late nascent soul cultivator of the Dao sect. While Xiaohua was shocked, Ci Hui seemed to have received Xian's instructions. As soon as she appeared in front of the portal, she immediately rushed in. Fortunately, although the portal was only 1 qi wide, Ci Hui had the appearance of a child and her figure was also short, so it was easy for her to enter. C.I. Huey's figure disappeared into the portal, and the portal immediately stopped collapsing. However, the light around the portal was still shaking with all its might, as if a shabby wooden door was trembling in the wind and would collapse at any moment. Good. Xian almost clapped her hands. Then, she urged the auspicious cloud and said, let's speed up too. This portal won't last long. In fact, there was no need for Xian to say more. When Xiaohua and Gu Zhen saw the portal in such a state, they had already urged the auspicious cloud under their feet to rush forward. The distance of several li wasn't too far, but now that they were in such a hurry, it felt like an insurmountable moat. Fortunately, C.I. Hui entered the door first. Although Xiaohua didn't know that C.I. Hui was inside the door's brilliance flickered and collapsed like paper several times. However, every time, it would stand up straight as if it had been reignited from the ashes, waiting for Xian to arrive first. Xian didn't stop at all. She turned her head and called out, Master Gu Zhen, I'll go in first. You can come in when you arrive. Without waiting for Gu Zhen to speak, Xian plunged into the small portal and disappeared with a flash of green energy. Xiaohua didn't fly very fast. He followed Gu Zhen. When the two arrived in front of the portal, Xiaohua looked at the small and twisted portal, then looked at Gu Zhen's tall figure and said with a wry smile, Master, how do we go in? What's so difficult about that? Gu Zhen laughed and chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha. As Gu Zhen's voice fell, Gu Zhen's body also flashed with a faint Buddhist light. Without any sound, Gu Zhen's figure slowly shrank. He lifted his foot and walked towards the portal. Step by step, Master Gu Zhen actually turned into a 1 chi tall human figure and walked in safely. Everyone has their own tricks. At this moment, Xiaohua also sighed with emotion at the wonders of the Buddhist sex methods. The bones in his body made a slight sound. His figure shrank a little and he also rushed into the portal. As Xiaohua entered, the portal finally couldn't hold on anymore. It twisted a few times and turned into pieces of inexplicable orange-red light and shadow that scattered in the air. Of course, the orange-red light and shadow didn't last for long. In a moment, the thick clouds in the sky closed and darkness enveloped the water region. The waves in the water region retreated and the whirlpool rotated again. Whimpers like the cries of ghosts filled the dark night sky again. Chapter 34-22. Swish. With a sound of water, Xiaohua's mouth and nose are suddenly flooded with ice-cold river water. It's like he's plunging into a saint river. Xiaohua wants to use the water avoidance art without hesitation. But just as the true essence in his meridians is surging, the river water in front of him instantly disappears. Not far away, Xian is holding a goose egg-sized bead in her hand. That bead is emitting a blue brilliance, blocking the river water within 100 feet. It's a water avoidance bead. Standing on the left side of Xian is Gu Zhen, whose body has transformed into the size of an ordinary person. Sitting on the right side of Xian is C.I. Hui, whose face is dark red. On the contrary, Xian's gaze falls on Xiaohua. Her eyes flash with a pensive expression. She says faintly, Little monk, I have to thank you. If not for you being able to accurately predict the formation door's appearance, we wouldn't have been able to enter this place even with immortal friend C.I. Huey's heart's fulfillment art. Hee, it's nothing. Xiaohua says half-heartedly. Looking left and right at the river water outside the water avoidance bead, he says with a smile, I only had a slight feeling, that's all. Everything is because of senior brother C.I. Hui. If not for his heart's fulfillment art, how could we have entered? Senior brother C.I. Huey's contribution is naturally great, but, if not for your reminder, we wouldn't have been able to concentrate on finding the door in advance. Xian stares at Xiaohua and says again. At this moment, C.I. Hui also opens his eyes and says with a forced smile, Indeed, when junior brother Di Pu reminded me, I already activated my mental force and prepared myself. Junior brother's reminder is the finishing touch. Xiaohua looks Xian up and down. He says with a smile, I've always felt that I'm a burden. Being able to lend senior brother a hand today, my heart naturally feels at ease. There's no need to mention anything about claiming credit. Little monk, just now when the door appeared, you seemed to want to say something. Could it be that you were able to foresee the appearance of the door? Could it be that you know this ancient formation? Guzhen seems to have thought of something and says. Xiaohua touches his nose and says with a bitter smile, "What are you talking about, great master? This is an ancient Daoist formation, how could I know? Just now when this little monk came in, I was still puzzled. I had clearly rushed through the door, but why did it look like I had plunged headfirst into the river?" Seeing that Xiaohua didn't admit it, Xian didn't ask any more. She only said, "Little monk, if you know anything, you can tell us. We are now one body, we must advance and retreat together. Don't hide anything." Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. For this little monk's own life, this little monk will also tell you everything he knows. Xian snorted coldly, then reached out her hand and took out a jade box. She turned to Ci Hui and asked, "Fellow immortal Ci Hui, are you done resting? We don't have much time, so we need to hurry." Ci Hui slowly got up and nodded. "Xian Tanua, don't worry. I am fine now." Ci Hui, fly behind this old monk. Guzhen looks at the water curtain on the left. Outside the water curtain, there are some strange swimming fishes and some grayish-black seaweed. There are no bones to be seen. He doesn't know whether to be happy or sad, so he says in a deep voice, "You rashly used the relic's psychokinesis, shaking the relic's foundation. You should use more heart to nourish it, it's not good to use psychokinesis again." "Yes, thank you, martial ancestor." Ci Hui slightly nods, the Buddhist light around her body flickers. She should be following the instructions to cast the spell. "New Tanua, where do we fly to next?" Guzhen asks Xian again. Xian says with confidence, "Great master, don't worry. This is the bottom of the Sage River, thousands of feet deep. We are surrounded by river water, so it's hard to determine our direction. Although we have the water avoidance pearl, we can't fly at will. Once we touch the formation's restriction, we can't go forward anymore. I have a secret talisman of the Daoist gate here, it's time to use it." "Amitba, then I'll have to trouble New Tanua." Guzhen puts his palms together and stands to the side. As early as when Xian took out that jade box, Xiaohua already saw clearly that there was a talisman of the Daoist gate stuck on the outside of the jade box. Inside the jade flute must be the magic tool that Xian used to break the formation. Xian raises her eyes to look at Xiaohua, then spits out a mouthful of true qi on the jade box. That talisman stuck on the box immediately floats up, flashes in midair and turns into a pile of ashes. As soon as the talisman disappears, a ball of dark green brilliance comes out of the jade box. A wave of magic power familiar to Xiaohua is transmitted along with the brilliance. "Oh, what magic tool is this? It seems the magic power's fluctuation is very strange." Xiaohua doesn't dare to spread his divine sense far, only sweeping it in front of him. He is somewhat stunned as he thinks. Xian then raises her hand and opens the lid of the jade box. A 2 fingers wide and 4 fingers long flat jade flies out of the jade box. Jade talisman? A kind of surprise flashes in Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of jade talisman is rarely seen in the Dawn Rain continent where the Daoist gate is flourishing. How can it appear in the Buddhist gate's nirvana world? What is the origin of this Xian? Is it possible that a disciple of a Confucian family can use the Daoist gate's jade talisman? Sure enough, Xian opens her mouth and spits out another ball of true qi. This true qi is different from before. When it lands in the air, it immediately takes the shape of a sword. Xian's left hand grabs the air as if she is holding the flying sword. Then, as if she is forming a seal, that flying sword rapidly moves in midair. "Go!" Xian lightly reprimands. The true qi condensed into a flying sword suddenly explodes. The true qi rushes into the seal that was drawn on the flying sword before. Xian pushes her hand again. That true qi hits the jade talisman in midair. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of chaotic sounds. That jade talisman explodes like a blossoming emerald flower. Thousands of green lights fly in all directions. Ka 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 ka. The green lights emitted the splendor of the water avoidance pearl. Once they touch the water curtain outside, the water curtain immediately changes. Some parts turn into nothingness, while other parts condense into ice. In particular, this splendor rapidly extends into the distance. A beautiful ice palace unexpectedly appears in front of Xiaohua and the others. This. Not to mention Xiaohua's surprise, even Cai Hui and Gu Zhen, who have already discussed this beforehand, look at the ice palace that suddenly appears in disbelief. They are speechless. This is the ancient Daoist gate's ice condensing talisman. Unexpectedly, Xian blinked her eyes mischievously and explained in a somewhat showy manner. Mo Yuntong mentioned that the channel of this magic formation is condensed by the water-based qi of heaven and earth. It does not prevent the river water from flowing in. Even the river water in the channel may be an illusion created by the magic formation. At this point, Xian glances at Gu Zhen and continues to say, just by using the imperial equipment in the water avoidance pearl, we can't distinguish the true formation channel. Moreover, if we are not careful, it is very easy to fall into the formation and not be able to escape. Mo Yuntong mentioned an idea. If the river water in this channel is frozen, presumably the illusory river water will disappear and the true channel will appear. However, this method has very high requirements for the cultivator who uses the ice sealing technique. Not only must they have enough Dharma power, but they must also control the technique to the smallest detail and not touch the formation. Coincidentally, I have seen a Daoist gate's ice sealing talisman. This thing itself is a water-type talisman. It is of the same origin as the formation in this river. Therefore, I don't need to know any ice sealing technique, I only need to use this talisman. Even more coincidentally, Xiaohua can't help but say, Benefactress also knows how to use the Daoist gate's talisman with Confucian cultivation's true qi. Say, how can things in this world be so coincidental? It really is. Xian smiled proudly and pointed to the depths of the ice palace. It's such a coincidence. Now, we only need to fly inside and not touch the walls of the passage, and we will be able to find the trace of the immortal artifact. Alas, Xian Tanhua is indeed well prepared. Cai Hui sighs again. If it was someone else, even if they came in, they would have to touch the formation's restrictions sooner or later. Let's go. It seems to be very big inside. My true qi has already been suppressed. Your Buddhist senses can't go very far, right? We still have a long way to go. Xian flies up first. She has already put away the water avoidance pearl, but still holds the flexible sword in her hand. Seeing Xian fly up, Gu Zhen glanced at Cai Hui and followed behind without saying anything. Cai Hui smiled and said to Xiaohua, "Thank you, junior brother Tip, for covering the rear for us. It's no problem. This is the safest place. This little monk can't ask for more." Xiaohua raises his hand and asks Cai Hui to fly first. The four people fly up, with Xiaohua at the back. He tries to release his Buddhist senses. Sure enough, it is extremely suppressed and can't go more than 10 feet. Moreover, the formation channels in the four walls also block his Buddhist senses, so it can't go out at all. But fortunately, Xiaohua feels that his soul sense is not suppressed too much. If it can go very far. These are bones. Not long after flying out, Xiaohua is trying to use his soul sense. In front of him, Xian calls out with some hesitation. Xiaohua looks up. On the ice channel several feet away, there is an area densely packed with hundreds and thousands of bones. These bones are already scattered. It is impossible to tell what kind of bones they are. Moreover, the size of the bones is also different. Some are half a foot long, some are several feet long. They are obviously not human bones. Alas, Amitba. Gu Zhen's slightly sorrowful voice rises. Thank you for the reminder. This old monk has already seen it. Although this old monk is already prepared, when faced with these bones, my heart is complicated. This formation must be the skeleton of my younger brother. This formation is so miraculous. With this old monk's current cultivation, this old monk can't deal with it. How can he escape at that time? Forget it. Since this old monk can face his skeleton, this old monk can recite the rebirth mantra several times. This old monk has already fulfilled his lifelong wish. After saying that, Gu Zhen sits cross-legged in front of the ice wall formed by the bones. He puts his palms together and devoutly recites the rebirth mantra. Strands of elemental energy are sent into the ice wall along with Gu Zhen's chanting. Unfortunately, the ice wall has no reaction at all. It is like a clay ox entering the sea. Chapter 34-23. When a drop of crystal-clear tear flowed out of Gu Zhen's left eye, it slowly slid across his slightly rough face and condensed on his chin. Xiaohua's suspicion in his heart completely disappeared. Xiaohua really didn't dare to believe that a Buddhist disciple who practiced Dharma protector, Hanzhu, was a typical example. Gu Zhen revealed his true feelings. His so-called story of his brother's disappearance should be true, then his purpose of entering the formation should be normal. Gu Zhen's chanting was gentle and sad, far from the chanting of an ordinary monk. Xian and Ci Hui also felt sad in their hearts, standing there silently. Xian didn't urge Gu Zhen to hurry up, but from time to time, she looked at the ice wall covered with white bones. She knew that the ice wall must be the water curtain of the formation before it was frozen. These white bones didn't rush into the Saint River but stayed in the water curtain, so they must be imprisoned. She was afraid that Gu Zhen's psyche power would touch these white bones and trigger the restriction. Fortunately, after half an hour, Gu Zhen's voice gradually stopped, and the ice near the white bones didn't change at all. Only then did Xian let out a long breath. At the same time, Gu Zhen also let out a sigh of relief. After Gu Zhen finished chanting the rebirth mantra, he stood up and chanted Amitba 9 times in a row, as if he had put down a heavy burden. His eyes, which were full of killing intent before, also had a trace of vitality. Seeing this, Xian said with a smile, "Congratulations, Master Gu Zhen, for untangling the knot in your heart. Thank you, Xian Tanua, for fulfilling my wish." Gu Zhen hurriedly tidied his monk robe, put his palms together and bowed solemnly. "If I didn't meet you, I don't know when I could be free." "This is Buddha's mercy," Xian said with a smile. "Master, you have contributed a lot to Buddhism. Buddha saw that you were burdened by the knot in your heart, so he pointed out the supreme path for you, but it has nothing to do with me. Heavenly flowers with others, lingering fragrance in my hand." Ci Hui also said with a smile, "Buddha used Tanua to help Gu Zhen become Grandmaster Gu Zhen. Tanua also has boundless merit." "Huh, I don't dare," Xian replied. "If Master Gu Zhen has nothing else to do, can we move on?" Let's go." Gu Zhen said with a relaxed smile, "I'm fine. In the future, I will listen to Tanua's instructions." "Good." Xian controlled the auspicious cloud beneath her feet and continued to lead the way. Gu Zhen glanced at Bai Gu again before following closely behind. The ice cave's passageway was similar to ordinary mountain paths, and was even more difficult to distinguish than mountain paths. After Xiaohua and the others flew forward for half an incense stick's worth of time, many forks appeared. These forks were no different in Xiaohua's eyes, and even their shapes were exactly the same. Even Xian often stopped and took out her ink cloud eyes to carefully examine them. Finally, Xian's ink cloud pupil was no longer useful when she saw 3 different paths in front of her. She of Gu Zhen's of a man, Tanua's of a man, Tanua, and her, Tanua, and then, Tanua. Tanua S, Sans S, Tanua's, Yuntong, Tanyong's, San S, Tanua, Tain S, Tanua's, Tanua, was, Tanua S, and S, Tennis's, I's SS, Tong. I've made preparations in advance, but I want to see if there are any clues. It's best if we don't use the prepared means. Okay, let's see together. Tanyue understood Xianxia's thoughts, and then she flew toward one of the paths. Tanyue. Xian hurriedly called, "Don't go too deep, and don't touch the ice wall." I understand. Tanyue entered the path with a smile. Xiaohua and Gu Zhen also responded, each entering a fork in the road. Xiaohua didn't know what Tanyue were like, but he himself was very careful. After flying for hundreds of feet, another 4 paths appeared in front of him. Xiaohua immediately stopped flying. This was not the void, and he didn't dare to wander around. Looking at the 4 paths that looked similar, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The person who set up the formation is really insidious. Why did he make so many paths? Damn it, if I set up a formation in the future, I'll make it more complicated than this one. After venting his anger, Xiaohua turned around and was about to fly back, but when he turned around, a huge shadow pressed down from above his head. Who? Xiaohua was surprised, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and held the wishful staff in his hand. However, when he took a closer look, he laughed again. He saw that outside the ice wall above his head was the water of the Sage River, and the huge monster was a huge river fish that he had never seen before. The river fish swayed its huge tail slightly, and it didn't notice Xiaohua and the formation below. Ha! Xiaohua looked at the river fish's leisurely appearance, smiled slightly, put away the wishful staff, and continued to fly back. However, after flying for a while, he began to mutter in his heart, "This formation is really strange. Not to mention that it's completely arranged at the bottom of the Sage River. The passage in this formation is so close to the river water, and there's something strange about it. If I were to encounter danger and desperately break through this ice wall, wouldn't I be able to escape the formation? However, is this formation so easy to break through?" Xiaohua thought as he flew, and soon saw Xianxia's figure. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart lit up, and he realized, "Grandma, I was almost fooled again. How can I directly see the formation outside? Outside this ice wall must be an illusion of the formation, which is to lure people into the river water. Once they touch the formation, they will definitely die." Alas, thanks to Xianxia's frozen talisman. Right, speaking of the frozen talisman, this jade talisman is really powerful, even stronger than my fire talisman. I just don't know if the Xian family has a refining method. Little monk. When Xiaohua's heart was filled with greed, Xian raised her voice, "Have you found a way out?" "No." Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, "This little monk's luck has always been bad. I only encountered 4 forks and turned back, not daring to go forward." "Huh, it's already good." Xian laughed, "If you were the only one who encountered 4 forks, then this path is the right one." Hearing this, Xiaohua shook his head, "There's no need to plan for the best. Senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen's passage must also have 4 forks. Oh. Xian raised her eyebrows, not forgetting to probe, could it be that this little monk knows how to set up a formation? TCH. Xiaohua pursed his lips, even a child would understand this kind of little trick, how could the person who set up the formation not know? Do they still need this little monk to know how to set up a formation? Sure enough, not long after, Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen also returned, explaining one by one. The 2 of them were a bit stronger than Xiaohua, so they each chose 2 passages and went deeper. However, later on, they both returned. It was really as Xiaohua said, they also encountered 4 forks. After hearing this, Xian smiled bitterly, saying, "Actually, if we patiently explore these forks, we may be able to find a way out. Unfortunately, we have only just entered the formation, the difficult part is still inside, we can't waste time here." As she spoke, she reached out and took out a purple object that was only 3 inches long. That object was similar to sandalwood, emitting a faint trace of a meaty aroma. There was also a burnt black color on it, as if it had just been extinguished. 6 directions divine concealment incense? Xiaohua's eyes lit up, the name of this ancient object very easily appeared in his mind. At the same time, some other memories appeared. Ah. Immediately after, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised, then he suddenly understood. These memories were all given to him by the ghost cultivator Huang Yi, but before the spiritual energy was not clear, the spiritual cavities were not completely opened. Now, these memories, along with the understanding of the green-robed Xiaohua and the other primordial spirits, were being absorbed by Xiaohua at an accelerated rate. This. What is this? Ci Hui naturally did not know, and asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised, it seems to be my Buddhist sect sandalwood? This object is called divine concealment incense. Xian raised her hand, and said with a smile, although it's called incense, in reality, it has nothing to do with your Buddhist sect, it's a secret technique of the Dao sect. I don't know what this object is made of, but after it's ignited, the incense can protect the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit escapes, as long as the incense itself is not extinguished, no restriction can prevent the primordial spirit from escaping. Escape technique. Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood that this was the Dao sect's escape technique. As long as the divine concealment incense was not extinguished, its incense could provide a passage for the escaping primordial spirit. No matter where, the primordial spirit could return. Hearing this, Guzhen frowned, and said, could it be that Xian is also proficient in the Dao sect's escape technique? Xian said with a smile, I can't be considered proficient, I only know a little. Following Xian's smile, her gaze swept over Xiaohua with interest. Damn it. Instantly, Xiaohua wanted to stomp his feet. Is there a need? If you can understand the Dao sect's magic, why can't this young master understand it? Although this young master is a Buddhist sect disciple, isn't it better to learn from others? You can't just let the state officials set fires and not let the common people light lamps, right? That's right. Previously, Xiaohua did not care about looking at her a few more times and insinuating a few more times. He also did not know where he had exposed himself, but now that he heard Xian's words, he naturally knew that this Confucian woman had already seen through the signs of his Dao sect cultivation. Of course, it could also be said that this woman was somewhat suspicious. That's not possible. Xiaohua did not look at Xian. He lowered his head and thought to himself, even if she has Dao sect cultivation, this Xiao did not use any Dao sect divine ability. Oh, I understand, the moment this Xiao entered the formation, this Xiao seemed to have activated his true essence. Perhaps at that time, she would have been able to sense the fluctuations of true essence. Alas, this little girl is still worried about this Xiao. At this moment, Ci Hui frowned, and said, in that case, Tanyue is preparing to use the escape technique of his primordial spirit to explore the path? To be precise, he is using a trace of his primordial spirit. Xian said with a smile, the Dao sect has a secret technique that can release a trace of his primordial spirit for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If the primordial spirit is of the same mind, it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is enough for this one to explore these three paths. Chapter 34-24. Xian Tanyue, be careful. Ci Hui didn't quite understand and only instructed. Xian opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi onto the incense. The tip of the incense flashed brilliantly and ignited. A faint wisp of smoke shot straight into the air. Grandmaster Guzhen, please protect this little girl. Xian's cherry lips parted slightly. She immediately sat down in the air and formed a spell that Xiaohua was unfamiliar with. Her eyes were tightly shut. Hearing this, Guzhen waved his hand and placed the huge demon subduing pestle in front of his chest. His eyes widened and he vigilantly patrolled the surroundings. Xiaohua didn't open his transcendence vision so he couldn't see anything. He only saw that the incense suddenly split into three and rushed straight into the three forks. Then, the entire passage was filled with a faint smell of meat. Oh. Xian actually split into three primordial spirits? Xiaohua's eyes brightened. This guy is from a scholarly family. How does he know so many Daoist secret techniques? Even this young master doesn't know this secret technique. Just as Xiao Hua was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, a beastly roar came from the left side of the tunnel. Soon after, the entire frozen tunnel shook. Looking at Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, a strand of golden true energy rushed out from the top of her head. In an instant, it completely protected her. The part of her face that was not covered by the true energy turned dark red. Not good. Gu Zhen hurriedly said, I'm afraid Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is in danger. Just as he was speaking, the fragrance of the incense grew stronger. A gust of wind blew out from the other two passages and rushed in front of Xian, extinguishing the incense in an instant. Let's go. At the same time the incense was extinguished, Xian opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear. Without waiting for her to stand up, auspicious clouds immediately appeared below her and carried her towards the passage that Xiao Hua just explored. There's an essence-devouring demonic beast in that passage. Hearing the name of an essence-devouring demonic beast, Gu Zhen's expression changed. He waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and flew with Xian. Xiao Hua accompanied Ci Hui and followed behind. At this time, Xian Xinrua was also familiar with the path in front. Encountering a fork, she didn't hesitate. The four of them quickly flew for another incense stick's worth of time. Senior brother Ci Hui, what is this essence-devouring demonic beast? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice when he saw that Xian had already slowed down. Alas, this essence-devouring demonic beast is an extinct demonic beast from ancient times. It feeds on the essence qi of both humans and demonic beasts. Neither Buddhism nor Confucianism have any effective means to resist this demonic beast. Only demonic beasts that are more powerful can resist it. Fortunately, there were very few of these demonic beasts in the world. Later on, for some unknown reason, they disappeared without a trace. This little monk has also heard about it from Confucian cultivators. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Ci Hui replied in a low voice. Xiao Hua was deep in thought. Looking at Xian's back view in front, he said, looks like that trace of Xian Tanyue's primordial spirit is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's gone with no return. You're the meat bun. Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, Xian immediately stopped, turned her head and scolded. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw Xian's flushed face, he knew that her primordial spirit was damaged. He didn't dare to say anything and hastily shut his mouth. Humph. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Xian, who was in a bad mood, coldly snorted. She looked around and said, Great Master Gu Zhen, this one's primordial spirit is damaged. I need to take medicine to heal. I'll have to trouble Great Master Shen to protect me. Alas, Xian Tanyue has worked hard. This old monk is duty-bound. Gu Zhen flew past Xiao Hua and Ci Hui with the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He landed at the back, facing the entrance of the passage. This little monk will go to the front. Xiao Hua was very tactful. Without waiting for Ci Hui to speak, he flew past Xian and arrived about 10 zhang in front of her. Xian took out a thumb-sized jade bottle and crushed the top of the bottle. She opened her mouth and poured a strand of golden medicinal liquid into it. Immediately, her body's true qi surged and protected her. Several strands of true qi lingered around her 7 apertures and the top of her head like small snakes. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xian opened her mouth and all the golden true qi entered her mouth. She then stood up and said, All right, Great Master Gu Zhen, let's continue. Xian Tanyue. Ci Hui, who had been standing not far from Xian, hurriedly asked, Your primordial spirit is damaged. Why don't you rest for a while? Alas, many thanks for fellow immortals' concern. Xian sighed slightly. This one's primordial spirit was swallowed by the spirit-devouring demonic beast. If I want to recover, I'll need 3 years of hard work. Now that I've taken the soul-condensing golden liquid, my primordial spirit is temporarily protected. There won't be any big problems. There's no difference between resting more and resting less. All right. Ci Hui nodded helplessly. However, fellow immortal can't lead the way from now on. That's right. This old monk will lead the way from now on. Gu Zhen flew over, his voice very loud. Xian nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Great Master. No matter, no matter. Gu Zhen smiled. I can't accept a reward without any effort. If this old monk doesn't put in effort, wouldn't I be ashamed to face Tanua? How can this old monk reach out and take the ancient Buddha blessing? Hee hee. Xian smiled faintly. This one's preparations can be considered adequate. However, I didn't expect that before we even went deeper, I would feel a little defeated. This primordial spell formation is really powerful. If it weren't for Great Master, a 5th grade primordial chi senior, this one definitely wouldn't dare to go any deeper. Let's go. Gu Zhen waved the demon subduing pestle in his hand and flew up first. Xian naturally followed behind, and Xiao Hua brought up the rear again. Under Xian's guidance, the 4 of them flew for a while more. They saw that the frozen ice walls were gradually decreasing, and the forks in the path were also decreasing in number. After flying through a long passage where ice and water intersected, a water wall appeared in front of them. This water wall was azure in color and didn't show any signs of being frozen. It seemed like they had reached the end of the spell formation. Lady Tanua. Gu Zhen stopped in front of the water wall and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the water wall that was more than 100 feet in size. He turned back and said, "How should we go next?" Tanua, please cast your spell. Xian also stopped and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she flew close to the water wall and looked up and down. She even stretched out her hand and extended her soft sword, gently piercing it into the water wall. The water wall really looked like river water, and the soft sword sank into it. However, when Xian pulled out the soft sword, there was no river water on it. Strangely, Xian didn't rush to put the soft sword away after pulling it out. Instead, she put it in front of her nose and sniffed it gently. Xiao Hua and Ci Hui also flew over at this time. Ci Hui stood beside Gu Zhen while Xiao Hua flew to the water wall and asked, "Benefactor Xian, is this water wall no longer the spell formation's restriction?" There are records of this water passage in the ink cloud pupil. Although the water here isn't the river water of the Sage River, there are no restrictions inside. The spell formation's restriction is the same as the maze we're in, on the outer layer. Xian sniffed the aura on the soft sword and carefully put it away. As if she was sure, she nodded and said, "However, this river water is mixed with a highly toxic poison. No matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, Daoist, or demon, as long as the skin touches it, it will immediately split open. No protective spells will work." Highly toxic? Then. Xiao Hua frowned. How should we go over? This is where we should borrow the power of the Great Master. Xian turned to Gu Zhen and said with a smile, "My original plan was to use Master Fontain's magic tool to freeze the poisonous water in this water passage or expel it to prevent our skin from touching it. Now, with the Great Master's Buddhist alms bowl, we can also collect it. Naturally, this water passage can be emptied." It's that simple? Xiao Hua asked in disbelief. He didn't think that the ancient spell formation only relied on poisonous water to block people. It's that simple. Xian nodded. This water passage relies on highly toxic poison. There's no antidote for the ancient poison now. If we touch it, we'll definitely die without a burial place. Of course, this passage is extremely long. Ordinary Confucian cultivators' magic tools have limited capacity, so it's difficult to collect all the poisonous water in the passage. Only Taoist magic tools and Buddhist magic tools can do it. Also, if we can't collect or freeze all the poisonous water in the passage in one go, the uncollected poisonous water in front of us will immediately trigger the restriction of the spell formation. New poisonous water will pour in again, and we'll have no choice but to return here. I see. This old monk understands. Gu Zhen nodded slightly, put away the demon-subduing pestle in his hand, and took out the alms bowl. He said with a smile, of course, this old monk's alms bowl only collected less than half of the water in the Four Extremes mountain. Since Xianxia thinks it's possible, this old monk's Buddhist magic tool will definitely work. That. Xiaohua said, worriedly, there's already a lot of water in the Great Master's alms bowl. Can't you collect less water now? Ha ha ha, little monk, this old monk has already sprinkled the water in the alms bowl on the dry land on the way here. Now, this alms bowl is empty. Gu Zhen laughed and tossed the alms bowl in his hand. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his previously shrunken body expanded again until he was about 10 feet tall. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal hit the alms bowl. The alms bowl spun and gradually expanded, flying in front of Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen flew in front of the water wall. The alms bowl spat out Buddhist light and covered the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, the water in the water wall swayed and rippled. Gu Zhen didn't look back and laughed. Are you all ready? We're ready. Great Master, please cast the spell in front of us. Once the poisonous water in the passage is collected, there will be a gap immediately. Great Master, please go ahead. Xian took a deep breath, and his previously flushed face had somewhat calmed down now. Amitabha. Gu Zhen chanted the name of Buddha and formed a seal with both hands. The Buddhist light above the alms bowl buzzed and rushed into the water wall like a whirlpool on the surface of the river. Everyone's eyes fell on it expectantly. Woo-woo. As far as everyone's eyes could see, ripples appeared on the water wall inside the Buddhist light. The ripples spread wider and deeper, forming a whirlpool. However, it was an inverted whirlpool, protruding above the water wall. Under the Buddhist light, it was gradually sucked into the alms bowl. Chapter 34-25. Come back. Gu Zhen roared and pushed the Buddhist light that had landed on the wall of water. The entire wall of water shook, and the water ripple that had protruded a few inches and hadn't fallen into the alms bowl was grabbed by a big hand and stuffed into the bowl. As soon as the water wave fell, the water tunnel immediately emptied a few inches of space. Xiaohua's eyes swept across the tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. The walls were like ice walls, but there was no sign of frost. Outside the mirror-like water wall, it was pitch black. There was no water grass or river fish. The Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect was really powerful. Xiaohua looked around for a moment and found that the poisonous water in the tunnel had been sucked away by about a foot. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Zhen was doing it with ease. The speed of the poisonous water being absorbed into the alms bowl was getting faster and faster. Good. Xian smiled and clapped her hands. Although the Buddhist sect's supernatural power is not as sharp as the Daoist sect's magic, it has always been able to take drastic measures. Master Gu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water is better than Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Xiaohua said faintly. Master Gu Zhen's absorption of the poisonous water into the Buddhist treasure will take some time. I guess it won't be as fast as Master Feng Tian's removal of the poisonous water. In fact, instead of using the alms bowl to absorb the poisonous water, it's better for us to use the Buddhist weapon to escape through the water. Humph, what do you know? Although it's very difficult to absorb the poisonous water at the beginning and the speed is slow, after the initial poisonous water is absorbed, the other poisonous water will flow and fill in one by one. With the push and pull, the speed will get faster and faster. Oh, and I forgot to say that the water in the tunnel is not the river water of the Saint River. Not only is it highly poisonous, but it is also mixed with the innate heavy water. As long as someone or something enters it, it will trigger the magic formation. Thousands of heavy water will press down on the person, making it impossible to move forward or backward. Xian glanced at Xiaohua unhappily. You thought of it, but I thought about it long ago. If we can walk through it, why would I bother to find Master Feng Tian? All right. Xiaohua knew that there were many ways to break the restrictive spell, but he was only considering it from his own point of view. He didn't refute and nodded slightly. It was just as Xian had said. The first step was the most difficult step, but the next 3 meters were much easier. Master Guzhen flew faster and faster. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly urged their clouds to follow behind. It was just as Xiaohua had seen at the beginning. After entering the tunnel, there was no trace of the water wall at all. It was as smooth as a mirror. Everyone was flying in the air. On the water wall, there were several clear shadows. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness swept over and was immediately absorbed by the smooth mirror surface. Xiaohua quickly withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Looking at Xian again, she also had an unnatural expression on her face. Most likely, she had also turned into a meat bun after releasing her divine sense. Looking at Master Guzhen's Buddha body and his increasing speed, Xiaohua was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother Ci Hui, isn't Master Guzhen's speed too fast? Why does this little monk have the illusion that the poisonous water is absorbing Master Guzhen instead of Master Guzhen withdrawing the poisonous water?" Hiss. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Ci Hui was also stunned. She took a breath and said in a low voice, "Junior brother's words also make this poor monk puzzled. Why is Grandmaster's speed increasing again and again? What do you know?" Xian sneered, "The water in this tunnel needs to be filled at all times. If the Grandmaster keeps the water, then the Grandmaster will have to pour even more water in. This water needs to be poured in from the front. The more water the Grandmaster keeps, the more water will pour in, and the more force the Grandmaster will use to push the Grandmaster in. As you can see, it's not that Master Guzhen is consuming too much karma, but that the formation is pushing the alms bowl with too much force. Master Guzhen has no choice but to speed up. The problem is, what if Master Guzhen's speed can't compare to the speed of the formation filling the water?" Xiaohua hit the nail on the head. This. Xian bit her lips and hesitated. After a moment, she said, "In my opinion, as long as Master Guzhen's Buddhist treasure alms bowl can hold enough poisonous water, he will be fine." Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't let her go. He asked again, "But what if Master Guzhen's alms bowl can't hold so much poisonous water?" Hearing this, Xian's expression changed slightly. She stared at Xiaohua for a moment and suddenly became furious. She shouted hysterically, "How do I know what to do? I'm just a little girl. I want to come to this formation to find treasures. I racked my brains to find Mo Yuntong. According to Mo Yuntong's fragments, I repeatedly thought about it and prepared the things I needed according to my own thoughts. I didn't dare to find others, nor did I dare to tell the people around me. I painstakingly endured for more than 10 years before I found you. You have such an opportunity. Not only did you not thank me, but you also pointed here. If you have the ability, go find Mo Yuntong. If you have the ability, go find an ancient formation. You want to ask what will happen if the poisonous water comes in again? Well, then I'll tell you. I've thought about this poisonous water for a long time. Unless you don't touch it, once you touch it, even if you are a Buddhist sex arhat or a Confucian sex grandmaster, your protective true chi and other things won't work. You just need to close your eyes. Later, when you turn into a white bone, it will also float at the entrance of the formation as a warning to others. Of course, if you can speak at that time, don't let anyone in." Xian's voice wasn't soft. Her tone was very fast, as if she was anxious and angry. Looking at her face, the redness had gradually faded. Instead, it was a little pale and there were some tears in her eyes. She looked extremely wronged. Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xian to have such a reaction. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply closed his mouth. However, he secretly muttered in his heart, "This little girl. What does she mean? Could it be that she came to find the immortal artifact for other purposes?" Why didn't she even dare to tell her family members and instead believe outsiders? However, it really wasn't easy for her to find so much information. Ci Hui gave Xiaohua a rare glare, then turned to Xian and said warmly, Xian Tanua, don't be angry. Junior brother Tip only asked a few more questions for our safety. In such a dangerous place, no matter how careful we are, we can't be too careful. Xian also realized her gaffe. She slightly clenched her teeth and did her best to hold back the tears that were about to flow out. However, she wasn't willing to raise her arm and wipe it with her palace gown. After a while, she raised her head and said, Many thanks for fellow immortals' comfort. This one understands that the little monk's words are reasonable. However, this one has been preparing for so many years. I hope fellow immortal can trust me. At this moment, a low rumbling sound came from the water tunnel ahead of them. It seemed to be shaking slightly. Moreover, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhen's body began to flicker. Before Xiaohua and the others could look at Gu Zhen, the rumbling sound grew louder and louder. A moment later, a deafening sound came from the tunnel. Not good. Gu Zhen roared, There's too much water coming from the river ahead. This old monk's alms bowl can't hold it in. As he spoke, a stream of water flowed out from under Gu Zhen's body. Hurry. Xian's expression changed when she saw the water seeping out. She shrieked, Master Gu Zhen, retreat quickly. Wait a moment. Gu Zhen clenched his teeth and roared. Under the flickering Buddhist light, his Dharma body grew several meters taller. This old monk it seemed that Gu Zhen was still unwilling to give up and wanted to struggle a few more times. However, when Xian's scorpion-like stream of river water passed by Gu Zhen's body, ripples immediately appeared on the previously tranquil water wall. These ripples rapidly rippled around the entire water wall, and when they circled around Xiaohua and the others, forming a water ring, they actually produced a crisp pa-pa-pa sound, as if an ice river had suddenly broken, or as if a mountain rock had been broken. Immediately after, these sounds, along with the water ring, rapidly rushed behind Xiaohua and the others, wave after wave. The crisp sound was like the sound of a life-threatening drum. It spread farther and farther, echoing in the water tunnel and knocking on the hearts of Xiaohua and the others. This is bad. Xiaohua's face immediately turned pale. He thought of the collapse of the space tunnel in the vein of space. At this time, Xian and Ci Hui had already activated their auspicious clouds. They looked hesitantly at Gu Zhen, then at the tunnel in the distance, not knowing what to do. Boom! In front of Gu Zhen, the water wall shook violently. The water wall around half a foot collapsed and a stream of water rushed toward Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen was shocked. He remembered Xian's words and didn't dare to let the Buddhist light touch the water. He hurriedly retreated. However, the water was too sudden. Although Gu Zhen had already retreated, a few drops of water still splashed on the Buddhist light. Zzzt. Like ice water poured on boiling oil, the sound caused green smoke to rise. Gu Zhen's Buddhist light quickly faded. Go! Xian clenched her teeth and hurriedly shouted, ready to fly out of the tunnel first. I'm afraid it's already too late. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and calmly looked at the tunnel that had become a water wall in the distance. What? How is that possible? Xian turned pale with fright. She looked up again and saw that the water walls of the tunnel were beginning to ripple. In the distance, the sound of a cow mooing could be heard. It was obvious that a large amount of river water had begun to pour in from the distance, or the tunnel had begun to collapse. That's impossible. Xian's flushed face was now abnormally pale. She muttered in a tone of disbelief, Emoyuntong, there's no record of it. Xian. Let this little monk ask you. At this time, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, if this tunnel collapses, can you find a way out? I can't. Xian shook her head absent-mindedly, there's one thing I didn't say before. The poisonous water in this tunnel is no different from the river water. We can't distinguish the direction by using imperial equipment and other things. We can only suck the poisonous water out or freeze it. Good. Xiaohua shouted and shouted at Gu Zhen, who had already fled back in embarrassment. Great master, please hold on for a moment. This little monk will join hands with you to suck the poisonous water in front of us. Now we can only go forward. Retreat will only lead to death. You? Xian was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. She looked up and down at Xiaohua, feeling a burst of disbelief. Chapter 34-26. Rise. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of his hand, the water bottle in the Buddha's Sarira's hand appeared in his hand. Of course, when he took it out, Xiaohua didn't forget to leave the willow branch in the Linglong pagoda. Seeing Xiaohua take out the water bottle, Gu Zhen's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to be negligent. He stimulated his karma, and the Buddha's light on the alms bowl appeared again. He tried his best to collect the poisonous water that had begun to overflow. Collect. Xiaohua held the water bottle with one hand and formed a seal with the other hand. A pure Buddha's light came out of the water bottle and turned into a lotus seed pod that covered Gu Zhen's back. The poisonous water that gushed out of the water wall and seeped through the water wall was all sucked into the water bottle. When the thread of the poisonous water dripping into Gu Zhen's Buddha's light was removed, the Buddha's light from the water bottle rushed in front of Gu Zhen again. The huge suction force was even stronger than Gu Zhen's alms bowl. Nearly 60% of the water waves rushed into it. Boom! A loud sound that sounded like raging waves crashing against the shore came from behind everyone. The collapsed water wall and the poisonous water that surged in were like the waves of a rising tide, surging up violently from behind. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Great Master Gu Zhen, you take the lead, I'll take the back. Let's work together. Xiaohua's hand formed a Buddha's seal, and he called out in high spirits. Gu Zhen seemed to be infected, and he roared, as you wish. Let's go. For a moment, the entire water tunnel was filled with Buddha's light. The previous vast and surging water was obediently subdued by the two Buddha's light. Like a python, it rushed into the two Buddha's treasures. The strange thing was, after the poisonous water was collected, the water wall on the left immediately turned into a flat mirror without the slightest ripple or crack. However, Xiaohua and the other three flew over. In just a few breaths, the collapsed water ripples behind them reached them. These flat mirror surfaces immediately broke, and the water waves surged again. The poisonous water still gushed out, therefore, a very dangerous scene appeared in the tunnel. Within the entire tunnel, there were several zhang of space that was calm. Moreover, this several zhang of calm was rapidly moving forward along with the different heights of the tunnel. In front of this section of calm was a seemingly boundless river, and behind this section of calm were monstrous waves that chased after one's buttocks. This situation was extremely similar to the collapse of the tunnel that Xiaohua encountered in the void. Even though the situation was very dangerous, the sound of the wind stirred up by the poisonous water chasing after them was already whistling in their ears. However, Gu Zhen who was in front had Xiaohua's help, so the situation was already very good. Especially since Xiaohua's water bottle obviously had a stronger suction force than the alms bowl, so it could contain more poisonous water. Gu Zhen only needed to grasp the right direction and guide the Buddha's light from the water bottle. For the time being, the lives of Xian and the others would not be in danger. However, after Xiaohua and Gu Zhen flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the surging poisonous water seemed to be endless. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua's arm felt sore and numb. The water bottle was getting heavier and heavier. The amount of telekinesis required to activate the water bottle was also increasing. At this moment, Xiaohua finally understood Gu Zhen's previous predicament. The pressure of the poisonous water in front of them was increasing wave after wave, and his telekinesis could only be activated layer by layer. Not only was the water bottle on the verge of breaking out of his control, the suction force of the water bottle was also about to break out of his control. Damn it, the person who set up this formation is really sinister. Xiaohua unconsciously cursed in his heart. This poisonous water can only be frozen and collected. Collecting is just like right now. However much this Xiao collects, the formation will replenish that amount. Just like what Xian said, this force is superimposed. In the end, it will be unimaginably powerful. If not for this Xiao's astonishing divine power, others would have already been crushed to death by the poisonous water. But what about after being frozen? Escaping through the layer of ice, the person who set up the formation must have some other backup plan. What is this backup plan? When I set up the formation. As Xiaohua pondered, he actually began to think about how to set up the formation. It must be said that this was the biggest difference between a formation master and an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, Gu Zhen's slightly tired voice came. Ti-Pu, this old monk's telekinesis can still support this formation, but my arms are already exhausted. I can't control the alms bowl. What do you think we should do? All right. Hearing this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and flew forward. He shouted, "This junior will take this alms bowl. Grandmaster, you can use your telekinesis as much as you want." As soon as the alms bowl entered his hand, another heavy force pressed down on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua's body suddenly fell straight down for more than a few feet. Only then did he stop and continue to fly forward. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua really couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "Fellow Daoist Xian, how long is this water tunnel?" Although this little monk's Buddhist treasure can still hold the poisonous water, the impact of this formation is really too great. It's already beyond the range of what ordinary cultivators can bear. This. Xian's heart had actually been clenched all this time. Now that she heard Xiaohua's words, her heart sank even deeper. She bit her lips and said, "As for how long it is exactly, I don't know. Perhaps, we're about to reach the end?" AI. Xiaohua sighed. Now that he had already boarded the pirate ship, how could he still hold anything back? Let's talk about it later if we can save our lives. Saying this, Xiaohua's entire body flashed with Buddhist light. He was about to use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Boom. A long whimpering sound rang out. It was like the sound of the bellows in an ordinary household being forcefully pulled out. Xiaohua felt that the enormous force in front of him suddenly disappear, and the strength he had gathered suddenly disappeared. Normally, Xiaohua would naturally be able to control it. However, right now, he was using the heavenly law embodiment technique and had to use Buddhist light to conceal it. It was difficult for him to do three things at once. As a result, the water bottle and alms bowl in his hand simultaneously flew out of his hand. Even his body lost balance in midair. Fortunately, it was only a few breaths of time. Xiaohua's body naturally swept forward. He used the ethereal steps and stabilized his body. With a raise of his hand, the water bottle and alms bowl both fell between his two hands. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. However, when Xian, who had just rushed out of the tunnel, saw Xiaohua's footwork, her complexion greatly changed. Her gaze revealed a kind of severe expression. However, this severe expression and peculiar expression only flashed for a moment. It wasn't seen by the bystanders. As for Xiaohua, at this moment, he was calm and unruffled. He had the appearance of a naive little monk. He respectfully handed the alms bowl to Gu Zhen, who had followed behind him. However, just as he sent out his hand, his gaze swept behind Gu Zhen. He couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that behind Gu Zhen was a huge space. This space was filled with a kind of soft fluorescent light. Under the illumination of this fluorescent light, a sparkling and translucent crystal palace towered in the middle of this space. This crystal palace was very strange. It wasn't an ordinary palace. Instead, it had the appearance of a triangular tower. Moreover, this triangular tower was inverted. The huge palace that caused people's hearts to tremble stood erect at the top of this space. From the top of the palace, it shrunk layer by layer. In the end, it actually shrunk into a prism-like palace base that was inserted into the waves below everyone's feet. The waves rippled and the fluorescent light flickered. The entire palace seemed to sway in the air, as if it would collapse at any time. Gu Zhen's back was facing this palace. At first, he didn't care about it. However, Xiaohua's outstretched hand stopped in midair. Xiaohua's gaze passed over him and looked behind him. How could Gu Zhen not know the situation? He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to investigate. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't leave his body no matter what. At this moment, Cai Hui and Xianxian's eyes also revealed extraordinary splendor. He couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but be stunned. The fluorescent light of the inverted triangle was so alluring. It was like the supreme Buddhist light in the legends of Nirvana. Gu Zhen's heart was immediately attracted. Amitabha. Seeing that the huge palace was getting bigger and heavier, Gu Zhen felt that he was about to be suppressed by the entire palace. When he was powerless to resist, a voice that was like the sound of nature came out from his ears. Suddenly, the heavy pressure of the palace disappeared in an instant. Everything in front of Gu Zhen's eyes returned to normal. The inverted triangle palace still flickered with an enchanting fluorescent light in the distance. He was still in the same posture of turning his head. Amitabha. Gu Zhen's face turned red. He knew that his mind had been invaded by the magic circle. He hurriedly turned his head and put his palms together. This old monk thanks you for the reminder. Xiaohua smiled and handed the alms bowl to Gu Zhen. He said, Master has consumed too much psyche power. Now that you are free, naturally your vigilance is greatly reduced. It's nothing. Even if this little monk didn't remind you, you will wake up after a while. Alas, this old monk is ashamed. Gu Zhen knew his own situation and didn't hide it. The knot in this old monk's heart for many years has been untied. It's rare for me to be relaxed. My defense against the magic circle has also been reduced. However, just now in the water tunnel, if it wasn't for your Buddhist treasure water bottle, this old monk would have been buried in it like Xianxia and Cai Hui. From this point of view, this old monk also has to thank you. Xiaohua naturally had a guilty conscience. He was afraid that Gu Zhen would recognize the water bottle. Then he thought of Cai Hang. Now that he heard Gu Zhen only said it was the water bottle, he was delighted. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you're too kind. How can this disciple's cultivation be compared with yours? It's just that this disciple has a handy Buddhist treasure. Besides, you were the first to make a move. Most of the credit is taken. This little monk is nothing. Master Gu Zhen. On the side, Xian was naturally also captivated by the inverted triangular palace. She didn't wake up until Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha. She hurriedly took out a small golden box from her bosom. After opening it, she took out a thumb-sized heart-shaped leaf. She interrupted the conversation between Gu Zhen and Xiaohua and handed it to Gu Zhen. She said, stick this on your monk robe first. Jia. Jia Luo golden leaf? Gu Zhen's gaze fell on the golden heart-shaped leaf in Xian's hand. He couldn't help but cry out. Xian nodded and urged again, yes, this is it. Master, you'd better stick it on quickly. Okay. Gu Zhen didn't dare to neglect. He reached out to take it and stuck it on his monk robe. When the Jia Luo golden leaf touched the robe, a layer of faint golden light appeared. This golden light flickered twice and even the Jia Luo golden leaf itself disappeared. However, Gu Zhen's monk robe didn't have any special changes. Chapter 34-27. Little monk, you stick it on too. Xian grumpily handed the other leaf to Xiaohua. Not only was she not grateful for Xiaohua's help, she was also unhappy that Xiaohua didn't explain it to her in advance. Xiaohua didn't break it down. He took the golden leaf and stuck it on his monk's robe like Gu Zhen. Seeing the golden leaf disappear, Xiaohua carefully examined it for a moment. It was the same as seeing it. He didn't feel that the golden leaf had any special effect. Just as Xian and Cai Hui stuck the Gara golden leaves on their robes, Xiaohua took the opportunity to look around. This was an extremely large space. The water tunnel that Xiaohua and the other three rushed into had disappeared. There was only a smooth mirror under everyone's feet. The four figures were reflected in the mirror's fluorescent light, one positive and one negative. It was almost impossible to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake. In this space, other than the smooth mirror, there was only the inverted triangular palace in the distance. There was nothing else. It was abnormally clean. Needless to say, this palace should be the core of the array. Xiaohua tried to release his Buddhist sense. Like Gu Zhen, his spiritual sense couldn't leave his body. He then released his soul sense. Fortunately, although his soul sense was suppressed, it could still leave his body. Because Xian and the others were beside him, Xiaohua didn't try. Even so, Xiaohua was secretly proud. He had one more method than others. Xian Tanua. Ci Hui at the side put the golden leaf on and whispered, "This Gara golden leaf is a treasure used by my Buddhist sect to conceal cultivation." This little monk heard that only Lane Temple has some preserved. Now that you took out so many, could it be that this palace has a restriction that specifically restrains my Buddhist sect? You didn't explain it before. Now, can you explain it in detail so that we can make plans early? Hee hee. Xian smiled and said, "You didn't say before because the time wasn't right. If we couldn't come here, what's the point of saying more?" "Oh, right, little monk, your clear water bottle is pretty good. Where did you get it?" "I picked it up in a cave." Xiaohua was originally listening attentively. Since Xian suddenly asked, he naturally answered casually. After he finished speaking, he immediately realized that Xian was tricking him. Although this trick was very old-fashioned, Xiaohua still fell for it. Humph. Although Xiaohua spoke the truth, Xian pouted and coldly said, "There are many caves in the Pure Land world, you want to pick one for me?" Sigh, some people. I always treat the truth as a lie, but I also treat a lie as the truth. There's nothing I can do about it. Xiaohua sighed, "My Buddha has a saying, if there is a Buddha in the heart, then everything is a Buddha. If there is no Buddha in the heart, then there is no Buddha in the sight. The vanity of man is nothing more than this." Little monk. Xian was a little embarrassed and angry. She stamped her feet in the air. That. Xian Tanua, I don't quite understand. Could it be that this golden leaf of Canaan has some special use? Ci Hui hurriedly asked. Humph. Xian rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and said, "This golden leaf of Canaan can conceal a Buddhist's cultivation in the eyes of Arhat, but in the eyes of Daoist cultivators, it is called the invisible leaf." Many talismans used to conceal one's tracks in ancient times were refined from this item. At this point, Xian pointed at the inverted triangular palace in the distance and said, "This palace is called the Profound Water Palace. There are 2 profound water ancient beasts guarding the entrance. If we want to enter the Profound Water Palace through the Profound Water ancient beasts, we can only use the invisible leaf. Otherwise, we will be discovered before we can even get within 300 meters of the Profound Water Palace. I don't know how powerful these Profound Water ancient beasts are, but I don't think we can resist them." The Profound Water Palace? Xiaohua was a little puzzled when he heard this name. He opened his mouth to ask, but after muttering a few times, he didn't say anything. "What are you muttering about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to say it quickly." Xian naturally understood and asked with a cold snort. Xiaohua scratched his hairless head and frowned. "Actually, I want to ask benefactress, is this Profound Water Palace a place to hide treasures? Or is it a place to suppress demonic beasts? Is there a difference?" Xian looked at Xiaohua warily and asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course there's a difference. If it's a palace to hide treasures, there must be many powerful restrictions inside. As long as we break the restrictions, we can obtain the treasures. No matter what it is, it'll be a harvest. Moreover, we don't need to be greedy. Depending on how much we take, we can just turn around and leave." If it's a place to suppress demonic beasts, we have to be careful. I'm afraid there aren't many treasures. Even if there are, they were left behind by people who came here in the past. Moreover, the immortal artifact that benefactress mentioned should be the Profound Water Palace's formation core. If you take the immortal artifact, the suppressed demonic beasts will definitely escape. Not to mention demonic beasts that harm all living beings, even we can't escape, right? Earlier, I didn't dare to say too much for fear of disturbing benefactress's mood. But now, I have no choice but to say it. Hee, I didn't expect you to have such a compassionate heart after just shaving your head and becoming a monk. Xian rolled her eyes at Xiaohua again and said mockingly, however, I haven't entered yet. How would I know what's inside? The ink cloud pupil records that there's an immortal artifact here and nothing else. Let's go in first. If it's a treasure trove, that's the best. If that immortal artifact is used to suppress demonic beasts, then let's see if the demonic beasts are dead or not. Don't think that only your Buddhist sex arhat has a compassionate heart. We Confucian cultivators aren't inferior to you. At this point, Xian felt that her words were somewhat harsh to the ears. She smiled embarrassedly at Ci Hui and Gu Zhen. However, Xiaohua didn't let Xian off the hook. He shook his head slightly and said, Benefactress Xian, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, I promised senior brother Ci Hui to come in and take a look because I was curious. Moreover, to tell benefactress the truth, I felt like old friends with senior brother Ci Hui at first sight and also wanted to protect him. But now, take a look for yourself. You haven't even entered the Profound Water Palace. It's only a water maze and a passage filled with poisonous water, yet it's already so powerful. It seems that aside from me, all three of you are injured. What does this mean? It means that the Profound Water Palace is even more dangerous. It's far from a place that 4th or 5th grade cultivators like us can enter. There are ancient mysteries that we can't come into contact with inside. Even if we're lucky enough to enter that so-called immortal artifact, in my opinion, benefactress Xian won't be able to obtain it. Rather than throwing our lives away and not being able to obtain the immortal artifact, why should we go in? Why don't we turn around and enjoy the scenery and have a heart-to-heart talk? Xiaohua then looked at Gu Zhen and said, moreover, Grandmaster Gu Zhen's reason for coming in was to see the corpse of his blood brother. Now, you've gotten what you wanted. Although the ancient Buddhist shrine is indeed attractive, it might not be in the Profound Water Palace. Therefore, Grandmaster Gu Zhen, you should know the dangers of greed. You don't need me to say anything, right? Little monk, what do you mean by that? Xian was anxious and raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Xiaohua smiled and said, Benefactress, if you don't tell me the truth about the Profound Water Palace, I won't enter. Perhaps senior brother Ci Hui is willing to go in with you, but Grandmaster Gu Zhen might not be willing, right? Although Grandmaster Gu Zhen didn't say anything, in Xian's eyes, Gu Zhen's silence meant that his thoughts were similar to Xiaohua's. After all, there were 2 profound water beasts guarding the Profound Water Palace. Who knew if the golden Canaan leaf would be useful? Seeing Xian's expression fluctuating, Ci Hui said, Xian Sandanu, junior brother Ti Pu's words are reasonable. The 2 places from before caused me to be alarmed. I know I can't pass through those 2 obstacles alone. Of course, since we're already here, why don't we take a few more steps and enter the Profound Water Palace to take a look? However, since we're going to enter the Profound Water Palace, we should at least be aware of the dangers inside, right? Fellow Daoist Ci Hui, could it be that you don't trust me? Xian's face was slightly pale as she spoke softly. Ci Hui smiled and said, It's not that I don't trust you. I feel that Sandanu might be a little stubborn. Could it be that there's something you don't want to say that affects your judgment and makes you insist on entering the Profound Water Palace while ignoring the dangers inside? If Sandanu can tell us, then we can also make a judgment. Xian bit her lips and looked at Ci Hui and Gu Zhen, but she didn't look at Xiaohua. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the Profound Water Palace in the distance. After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she said, actually. I've indeed concealed some things from you. However, please don't worry. I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, the dangers I told fellow Daoist Ci Hui about before were all recorded in the Profound Water Palace. Hee, it's fine. Gu Zhen said with a smile. This old monk has remembered every word of what Tan Yu said to this old monk. This old monk feels that what Tan Yu said is true. Xian bowed and said, many thanks for your trust, Grand Master Gu Zhen. What I've concealed is the purpose of entering the Profound Water Palace. My goal isn't the so-called immortal artifact. Not the immortal artifact? Then what do you want? Xiao Hua was surprised. Is it that demon beast? Xian didn't even look at Xiao Hua. It seemed like she was still angry with him. She only said to Gu Zhen, the Darkwater Palace is the core of an ancient formation, and the core of the Darkwater Palace is the immortal artifact. Of course, the immortal artifact isn't the formation core of the Darkwater Palace. It's even to the extent that the Darkwater Palace isn't a place where treasures are kept. I'm sure of that. However, I don't know if the Profound Water Palace is used to suppress the immortal artifact, or if it's used to suppress some demon beast. What I do know is that the immortal artifact can suppress all living things in the 3 continents. If someone wants to suppress a criminal and make that criminal suffer under the immortal artifact, the Profound Water Palace is the best place to do so. Oh, I understand. Gu Zhen nodded and revealed a look of realization. Xian Sandinyu is looking for someone. She's looking for someone who might be suppressed in the Profound Water Palace. Chapter 34-28. Alas, that's right. Xian looked disappointed. This person isn't a heinous criminal like Venerable Master thinks, nor is he a treacherous person. He shouldn't be tortured like this. Xian paused and smiled wryly. This matter involves my secrets, so forgive me for not being able to speak of it. My purpose in coming here is to see if this person is here. If he is, I want to see if I can rescue him. That's all. As for the immortal artifact, I'm only at the 4th grade of origin energy. I'm afraid I can't take it for myself, right? Xian glared fiercely at Xiao Hua and continued, that's what I wanted to say. If some people aren't satisfied and don't wish to enter the Profound Water Palace, I won't force them. However, if he wanted to leave this ancient formation, the only way out was inside the Blackwater Palace. Of course, if anyone thinks they're strong enough to break the ancient formation, feel free to use your cultivation. I'll wait and see. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Xian roll her eyes. Ahem. Ci Hui coughed twice, smiled and persuaded, junior brother Ti Pu, in this little monk's opinion, what Xian Tanua said is right. At this time, they have been honest with each other, she did not hide anything. Think about it, if she didn't want to say anything and only said that the exit was within the Profound Water Palace, I'm sure junior brother would have to enter based on that alone, right? Why would she make up more lies? That's true. Xiao Hua nodded. He also felt that Xian's words were true since she'd been forced to this point. Since that's the case, why don't you help her? Ci Hui felt that Xiao Hua's Buddhist abilities might surpass hers, so she took advantage of the situation and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Junior brother, don't tell me you don't know this. Isn't she still alive? Xiao Hua curled his lips. It'll be too late if she's dead. Gu Zhen laughed. Xian Tanua said that there might be a Buddhist treasure within the ancient formation, and even an ancient Buddhist luster. It must be in the Profound Water Palace, right? Xian was about to stomp her feet when she heard Xiao Hua's words. However, she could only reply, if Mo Yuntong's records are correct, it should be in the Profound Water Palace. However, I don't know the exact location. Look, little monk, come with us. You'll benefit from it as well, said Gu Zhen. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, benefactress, you just said that you only want to see if there is anyone suppressed under the immortal artifact. Presumably, you have also prepared a method to rescue that person. Yes, this one has indeed made some preparations. Xian didn't hide anything and spoke the truth. It's special. You don't plan on taking that immortal artifact either? Xiaohua immediately asked. What? Junior apprentice brother Tipu, you want to take that immortal artifact? Ci Hui was shocked. What if the immortal artifact is used to suppress powerful demonic beasts? Aren't you helping the evildoer? Hee, what if the demonic beast is not suppressed? What if this profound water palace is only used to suppress the immortal artifact? Xiaohua said with a smile, can this little monk try to subdue this immortal artifact? Xian coldly looked at Xiaohua and asked curiously, you're just a little monk from a Buddhist sect. What do you want this immortal artifact for? Even if you can subdue it, will you be able to use it? I'm willing. If I can't use it, can't I give it to someone else? Even if I can't give it to someone else, can't I hang it in my meditation room and look at it myself? Xiaohua's neck stiffened as he retorted sarcastically. Greed, oh greed. Ci Hui lectured Xiaohua, you just reminded Ancestor Guzhen. Now, you're the one who's making the mistake. Forget it, forget it. This little monk was just saying. There's no need to mention it. Xiaohua waved his hand. He also felt that he was being delusional. An immortal artifact was definitely not a spiritual artifact or spiritual treasure. It had long surpassed the scope of his control. Since that's the case, little monk, you've said so much. Has your psychokinesis recovered? Can we proceed forward? Xian asked Xiaohua in a bad mood. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled, this little monk has more or less recovered. I wonder how senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Guzhen are doing. Ci Hui didn't use much psychokinesis. She nodded slightly and looked at Guzhen. Guzhen nodded as well, this old monk has rested enough. We can enter the mysterious water palace. Xian heard this and said, we have the invisible leaf on us. The ancient beast can't see us. Of course, we can't use any psychokinesis or magic power. We only need to fly to within 100 feet of the palace and walk through the palace gates. Once we enter the palace, the ancient beast will ignore us even if we overturn the heavens. Alright, we'll do as Xianxia says. Guzhen nodded, we'll fly to within 100 feet of the palace. This old monk will go first, followed by Xianxia. Ci Hui and Tipu will bring up the rear as usual. Seeing that no one had any objections, Guzhen took the lead. When he was within 100 feet of the palace, he landed early and silently made his way to the palace. Xiaohua followed Ci Hui and descended from the cloud. His feet stepped on the smooth surface of the mirror. The surface of the mirror looked smooth, but his feet were soft. It was as if he was stepping on water plants. There was no need to be too careful because there was no sound at all. Xiaohua looked down and released his soul sense. He couldn't see anything strange about the mirror. It was like a wall, blocking his soul sense and preventing him from seeing what was going on inside. Strange. Xiaohua didn't understand. The mysterious water palace might be difficult to enter, but in front of it, if one has the strength of a 5th or 6th stage cultivator, or some special divine ability, it's not impossible to enter. If a female disciple from a scholarly family like Xian can come, others can as well. Why didn't they leave any traces behind? Even if they don't have a small chinkuan pouch, it's normal to leave some bones behind, right? Were they all eaten by the mysterious water beasts? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He turned to look at the mysterious water palace 100 feet away. Perhaps it was because of the distance, or perhaps it was because of the mysterious water palace's devilish light. Xiaohua only felt that the triangular shape of the palace was very strange. But now that he was closer, the light on the palace's surface dimmed, revealing the mysterious water palace's true appearance. Rather than calling the mysterious water palace a palace, it was more accurate to say that it was a building made up of 4 triangles. The huge triangular structure towered in front of everyone's eyes with sharp edges and corners. It was very different from the smooth and flat palaces they usually saw. On the other side of the triangular structure, there were layers of protrusions in a very regular pattern. These protrusions were like window frames, but also like doors. They were strung together like some sort of rune, but they didn't give off any fluctuations of spiritual energy. The only thing that did give off fluctuations was the faint, watery light that flowed over the protrusions. The light was made up of very strange runes, like flowing water that constantly flowed between the protrusions. The dazzling light was also emitted by the flowing runes. Xiaohua looked at the strands of spiritual energy that flowed with the runes and gathered from the space, creating extremely orderly and rhythmic fluctuations of spiritual energy. He fell into deep thought. He had seen many formations and many spiritual energy fluctuations, but the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mysterious water palace gave him a strange feeling. Of course, these fluctuations were undoubtedly from the Daoist sex formations. Although the runes on the mysterious water palace were obscure and extremely simple, Xiaohua could still see traces of the Daoist sex talismans. However, the seemingly smooth flow of runes made Xiaohua feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was just like when he overused his Dharma eye in the vein of space that day. Could it be that this ancient formation is different from the one now? Xiaohua frowned and pondered as he walked. At that moment, an extremely loud rumble resounded in the space, and the huge mysterious water palace actually began to slowly rotate. As the mysterious water palace rotated, the orderly protrusions on the triangular structure on the side of the mysterious water palace slowly opened. Balls of emerald light flew out from the protrusions and immediately transformed into strange runes. Thousands of runes gathered together and emitted a buzzing sound. A huge suction force was generated from the runes and rushed towards the walls of the space. Puff puff puff. The suction force landed on the mirror-like walls of water, creating huge whirlpools that were extremely similar to the whirlpools on the Nightmare Reef. At the same time, gusts of wind were generated from the whirlpools. A huge amount of spiritual energy rushed out from the whirlpools and fell on the triangular structure of the mysterious water palace. Oh no! Xiaohua and the others were alarmed. The change in the mysterious water palace had come too suddenly. The four of them had no time to react, especially now that they were within 300 meters of the mysterious water palace. If what Xian said was true, then any spell or Buddhist ability would attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. Although Xiaohua and the others had yet to see the mysterious water ancient beast and didn't know when it would appear, if they used any ability to resist this change, it would definitely attract the attention of the mysterious water ancient beast. But what if they didn't use their ability to resist? The wind was so bitingly cold and even stronger. Xiaohua's body might be able to withstand it, but Xian and the others definitely couldn't. What should they do? Benefactor Xian, Xiaohua called out almost without hesitation, how about we just charge into the mysterious water palace with the wind? Xian's face was pale. She almost cried out, please don't do that. Mo Yuntong clearly said that the profound water palace is the core of the ancient formation and has the most powerful restrictions. The entrance to the profound water palace is the only safe way to enter. If you try to enter from any other place, you'll die. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the direction of the mysterious water palace. Mysterious. Mysterious water ancient beast. Everyone who was trying their best to maintain their balance turned ghastly pale. Wasn't this the perfect time to say that blessings don't come in pairs and misfortunes don't come singly? Chapter 34-29. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid this is the only way. Xiaohua's figure gradually floated up. His soul sense swept through the water-type spiritual energy around him like a whirlwind. He hastily waved his hand and held the clear water bottle in his hand. He had no choice but to risk being discovered by the ancient beast. He formed a seal with his right hand and hit the clear water bottle. With a light sound, a faint blue color rushed out of the bottle. Xiaohua hastily shouted, "This is innate primordial water." Everyone, don't look directly at it. Xian and the others were originally flustered, hesitating whether or not to use their divine abilities. When they saw Xiaohua take out the clear water bottle, they also looked at it with their eyes. When the innate primordial water appeared, the three's gazes had already fallen into it. Their minds stagnated, and their faces revealed absent-minded expressions. Fortunately, Xiaohua's shout came in time. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly focused their minds. Soon after, they understood what Xiaohua was thinking. At the same time, they closed their eyes and hurriedly used all kinds of methods. Very quickly, they stabilized their footsteps in the innate pure water. Since everyone had stabilized their footing, Xiaohua's innate primordial water also enveloped everyone. The previous woo-woo sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls instantly quieted down. There was no sound in the innate primordial water, but the situation outside the innate primordial water grew increasingly grim. Countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth let out hoarse roars and wantonly collided in the air. A huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in where the innate primordial water was, but when this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the innate primordial water, it immediately became a part of the innate primordial water. Not even a trace of a ripple was formed. Aoo. The previously very tyrannical beast roared again, but this time, it wasn't just one beast, but two. One pounced in the direction of Xiaohua and the others, and the other went in the opposite direction. Along with this roar, a dark blue figure with the same color as the innate primordial water flashed in mid-air and arrived several hundred feet above the innate primordial water. It was a strange beast that was about 10 feet long. It looked like an ordinary leopard. Not only were the muscles on its four muscular legs bulging, there were also wisps of blue mist lingering around it. On the ferocious beast's head, the two eyes emitted a blue light. The beast's mouth with long fangs was now raised as the beast's head rose. Wave after wave of world spirit energy rushed into the black water ancient beast's mouth. Looking at the back of the ancient beast, there were two feather wings that were a few feet long flashing slightly. In front of the feather wings, there were several sharp bone spurs that were shining with a blue brilliance. A tail that was about 10 feet long casually curled in the air, like a spirit snake. However, this spirit snake was really powerful. With a slight swing, not only was the hurricane cut apart, even the void had cracks in it. The ancient beast flew above the primordial water and opened its mouth. It took a deep breath and its body trembled involuntarily. Even the blue light around it trembled as if it was breathing. Then, the ancient beast raised its head slightly and spread its wings again. Just as it was about to fly away, the ancient beast's gaze fell on the primordial water below it. Aoo. Another extremely loud roar rang out. The profound water ancient beast flapped its wings as if it was facing a great enemy. The bone spikes protruding from its wings extended another few feet. What was special was that the blue light on the bone spikes was even deeper. 100 meters was like taking a stroll in the park for the ancient beast. With a flap of its wings, its entire body blurred. When the brilliance faded, it had already pounced to the side of the primordial water. The ancient beast looked at the primordial water and its eyes emitted a brilliant blue light. The blue light shot into the primordial water and immediately disappeared. The mysterious water ancient beast hurriedly shook its head as if it had a headache. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light without hesitation. The fist-sized light emitted a whistling sound, covering the sound of the wind in the space. It was enough to show the power of the light. Boom! The light rushed into the innate primordial water. The primordial water, which did not have a single ripple under the impact of countless spiritual energies, started to sway rapidly. As it swayed, the light suddenly exploded, as if a powerful hand was trying to tear the primordial water apart. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the situation outside, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw the primordial water being attacked. He hurriedly activated the bottle and more primordial water rushed out. After a while, the primordial water that had almost been blasted to pieces slowly healed and returned to its original appearance. The Xianshui ancient beast opened its mouth again. This time, no blue light rushed out. Instead, a great suction force appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the primordial water into its mouth. The Xianxia ancient beast was an ancient monster that was born with the ability to control water. Even the Xiantian primordial water could not escape its control. As the ancient beast opened its mouth, the thin layer of primordial water immediately rose and shot into the ancient beast's mouth. Xiaohua, who was hiding in the primordial water, was shocked again. He was guarding against the ancient beast's attack, but he didn't expect the ancient beast to be greedy and want to swallow the primordial water. Caught off guard, not only was the primordial water sucked up half a foot of the primordial water, even the bottle almost fell from his hand. Xiaohua's heart clenched again. He hurriedly activated his telekinesis and hit the bottle with Buddhist seals, trying his best to resist the ancient beast's suction force. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's opponent was not a profound ancient beast. Even if he used all his strength on telekinesis, he was far from being able to resist the ancient beast's gentle opening of its mouth. The primordial water was being sucked up and was about to be thrown into the ancient beast's mouth. Once the primordial water disappeared, Xiaohua and the others would naturally be exposed. At that time, their lives would probably be in danger. Of course, his own life was more precious than the primordial water. Xiaohua understood this better than anyone else. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to pour out the primordial water from the bottle. He even happily poured out the poisonous water that he just put into the bottle. He wanted to see what would happen when the poisonous water was sent into the ancient beast's mouth. The Xianxia ancient beast was clearly taken aback by the surging poisonous water. It looked around in confusion and then impatiently opened its mouth. As it roared, the poisonous water and the Xiantian primordial water obediently fell into the Xianxia ancient beast's mouth. Hee. Although Xiaohua couldn't see the situation outside the primordial water, just the thought of the poisonous water falling into the ancient beast's mouth made him secretly happy. Xian and the others didn't know what was going on outside. They couldn't even open their eyes, so now they were like blind people. Previously, it was still silent, but now, it was as if thunder and lightning were flashing in the surroundings. It was even more frightening than the sound of the wind in the space. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the gluttonous ancient beast didn't swallow much of the primordial water, but drank a lot of the poisonous water. It seemed to be choking a little. Its body trembled slightly, and light flowed out like water. Aoo. Another roar sounded. It seemed to come from another ancient beast. It seemed to have lost its patience and stopped devouring. Then, it raised its head and roared in response. The two ancient beasts roared at each other. Then, the ancient beast opened its mouth again, as if it wouldn't stop until it had devoured all of the primordial water. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the slowly rotating triangle of the profound water palace in the distance. A faint layer of mist seeped out from the blue radiance, and the entire protrusion of the profound water palace began to tremble rapidly. Along with the trembling, an indescribable fluctuation filled the entire space. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos. Not only that, but when the fluctuation came, the ancient beast was stunned. A trace of fear actually flashed through its eyes. Before its fear disappeared, a series of sobbing sounds came from the vortexes in the walls. This time, it wasn't pure water-type spiritual energy that rushed out of the vortexes, but true Saint River water mixed with bones, corpses, birds, and fish. After the formation was opened, the Saint River water poured in like a formation. The ancient beast seemed to be extremely shocked. It no longer cared about the primordial water and raised its head to roar. It spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the profound water palace. The profound water palace, which looked like it was being rotated by a giant, also slowly stopped. In just a moment, the entire space was filled with river water. Apart from the thousands of tiny vortexes that were still spinning rapidly, the so-called walls had disappeared. The entire profound water palace was completely submerged in the Saint River. Xiaohua was overjoyed to see the ancient beast's suction force disappear, but he didn't dare to be careless. He still carefully urged his telekinesis to control the suction force of the clear water bottle, preventing the ancient beast from launching a sneak attack. Junior brother Ti-Pu. Ci Hui closed his eyes and didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness, but he still keenly sensed the change in Xiaohua's telekinesis. He didn't speak when Xiaohua's telekinesis was at its peak, but now that he felt much calmer, he said softly, "Is the ancient beast nearby? Can the primordial water stop the ancient beast? Did the ancient beast attack the primordial water just now?" Ci Hui's voice was very soft, so soft that he didn't want to disturb the ancient beast outside the primordial water. However, it was quiet inside the primordial water, so the other three heard him clearly. "Shoo." Xiaohua also lowered his voice and said, "The ancient beast came just now and seemed to have discovered us." "Oh, it's not us. It must have discovered the innate true water and wanted to devour it. However, this little monk fed it with the poisonous water just now and it's not moving anymore. I wonder if it was poisoned to death by the poisonous water." "Humph, how is that possible?" Xian snorted and said contemptuously, "The ancient beast is a part of the profound water palace. The poisonous water is also a part of the ancient formation. It would be a huge joke if the ancient beast was poisoned to death by the water." Chapter 34:30. TSK, if they weren't poisoned to death, why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking? Xiaohua smacked his lips as he chuckled at Xian. Xian didn't back down. "I can't see the outside, and I can't release my consciousness either. How would I know? You're the one who controls the innate primordial water, so why don't you tell us why the ancient beast stopped attacking?" "Nonsense, would I not tell you if I knew?" Xiaohua scoffed at Xian's argument. "I can't see anything just like you." "Ah. So you can't see either." Xian closed her eyes, almost covering her mouth to hide her laughter. However, after a few chuckles, Xian asked anxiously, "Little monk, is the ancient beast Xianxue gone or not? I'm afraid we don't have enough time." "Benefactress, you're a classic example of someone who values money over life." Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. "Even if you want to find someone, you have to protect your own life first." Xian sighed. "The only way out is inside the profound water palace. If we want to save our lives, we have to go inside. As the saying goes, we have to go in whether we're alive or dead." "Damn it, that's right." Xiaohua was nervous at Xian's grim tone. He waited for another pipe of smoke before secretly opening a crack in the innate primordial water and releasing his soul sense. The ancient beast really is gone. The profound water palace has returned to how it was before. Xiaohua was stunned, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. He expanded his soul sense to scan the area, and then opened up a bigger crack. He peeked through the crack with his naked eye, and when he saw that everything had returned to normal, Xiaohua withdrew the innate primordial water, and said in a low voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now." When Xian and the others opened their eyes, they saw that the palace was exactly the same as before. The enormous profound water palace was still in its inverted triangular shape. As for whether or not it was the same as the one they saw before, no one knew. Little monk Xian bit her lips and whispered, "Thank you." "Shoo." Xiaohua whispered back. "Don't say it now, or I'll be cocky. If the ancient beast sees us, we'll be in trouble." Xian paused, then covered her mouth. Her face was a little red, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It was difficult to hold it in. Ci Hui looked helplessly at the two. Yenua, let's talk inside the palace first." Xian covered her mouth and led the way. After walking for several dozen meters, she turned back and whispered, "That profound water ancient beast is right in front of the profound water palace's entrance. Normally, it won't be more than 30 meters away from the entrance. Now that we're here, we can't speak or use any telekinesis. Otherwise, we'll attract the beast's attention." As she spoke, Xian took a look at the golden leaf of Canaan that was stuck to her body. After testing it a little, she felt relieved and tiptoed forward. "TT, the ancient beast is at the gate." Xiao Hua was stunned. He couldn't help but look below the profound water palace. After all, Xiao Hua had already checked the surroundings. He didn't seem to have seen any ancient beast. However, when he deliberately glanced at the bottom of the palace, sure enough, there were two statues that were almost the same color as the palace at the nail-like location. So these are the ancient beasts that attacked the innate primordial water. Xiao Hua stared straight at the motionless statues for a moment, thinking in his heart, weren't they abnormally fierce just now? Why are they standing there now? Why do they look like dead statues? Sigh, that's right. The profound water palace is so huge, and the ancient beasts are so small and motionless. Who knows if they're profound water beasts? At this moment, the profound water beasts really stood there like clay statues. Their eyes, which were as bright as stars, were abnormally dim. There was no light at all. However, Xiao Hua and the others only glanced at the beasts. They didn't dare to meet their eyes. They even gradually approached the profound water palace. Looking at the two beasts that looked exactly like the statues in front of the temple, they couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Yes, if they hadn't heard the profound water beasts roar earlier, if they hadn't experienced Xiao Hua using his innate primordial water to resist them with his innate primordial water, and if they didn't have the records of profound water beasts in the ink cloud pupil, they would never have thought that these two lifeless statues were real ancient beasts. Suppressing the indescribable fear in his heart, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the profound water palace that was even more oppressive than a mountain. Under the huge inverted triangle was a pillar that was dozens of meters tall. A pillar that was dozens of meters tall would be considered huge if it were anywhere else. However, under the profound water palace, it seemed so thin and fragile. A chill appeared in the eyes of the others. They were really afraid that the inverted triangle would suddenly fall on them and smash them into meat paste. After a few more meters, the four would be close to the profound water beasts. At the front, Xian couldn't help but stop slightly. The two profound water beasts stood there and looked forward calmly. The distance between them wasn't small, at least dozens of meters. However, in Xian's eyes, this distance was as narrow as the pillar under the profound water palace. An indescribable aura spread out in front of the profound water palace. Perhaps it was the residual power of the profound water beasts, or perhaps it was the formation's restriction after the profound water palace absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. In any case, the aura made it difficult for Xian to breathe. In the face of such a scene, Xian was secretly regretting in her heart. She felt that she had underestimated this ancient formation. However, this regret only lasted for a moment. A wave of stubbornness rose from the bottom of her heart. This place is so dangerous. You actually imprisoned me here. Since you're so heartless, then I don't need to think anymore. With this thought, Xian's trembling legs became firm. Step by step, she walked past the profound water beasts and arrived in front of the profound water palace's pillar. Fortunately, Xian's actions didn't attract the profound water beasts' attention. They remained motionless and didn't even release a trace of their innate spirit. Seeing that Xian didn't attract the profound water beast's attention, Gu Zhen and the others calmed down and followed her to the pillar. This profound water palace is so strange. Xiao Hua walked past the Blackwater ancient beast and unconsciously looked back at the Blackwater ancient beast's folded wings and the coiled tail on the ground. He thought to himself, are these the two Blackwater ancient beasts from just now? Why don't I look at them? If they were living things, then I'd be fine with them standing there like statues. But why are their tails coiled up in the same way? That's not possible, is it? Xiao Hua probed with his soul sense and carefully scanned the profound water beast's tail on the left a few times. Before Xiao Hua could use his soul sense to check out the rest of the profound water beast's tail, Xian stopped again. Xiao Hua didn't have time to check the Xianshui ancient beasts. He turned his head and saw Xian raise her hand and take out 4 blue beads from the sleeve of her palace dress. She waved her hand and the 4 beads silently stuck to the pillar. Then, Xian looked back at the 2 Xianxia ancient beasts with lingering fear. She opened her mouth and 4 golden streams of Jin Qi hit the 4 beads at the same time like 4 flying swords. Shwa! The 4 pearls simultaneously emitted a blue ripple of brilliance. This brilliance overflowed several times above the pillar, and the pillar also produced a blue brilliance. At the same time, this blue brilliance also swayed along with the brilliance of the pearls, just like layers upon layers of water ripples. When she saw the ripples appear, Xian took a few steps forward and reached her hand into the ripples. Her fair and soft hands sank into the ripples. As Xian lifted her hand, it was as if she had lifted a bead curtain. A gap appeared in the pillar, and Xian walked in without hesitation. Halfway through, Xian even turned back to look at the 3 of them and indicated for them to follow. Xiaohua and the others didn't dare delay. One by one, they lifted their hands and flashed into the gap. Once the 4 of them were inside, the 4 beads remained embedded in the pillar. Ripples of blue light flowed through the beads. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the light slowly dimmed and disappeared. Finally, the beads disappeared into the pillar. There was no longer any movement outside the profound water palace. The 2 profound water beasts stood there for tens of thousands of years. It was as if the entire space had returned to normal. However, this calmness only lasted for a few breaths of time. The beast that Xiaohua had just scanned with his soul sense moved its tail first, trembling slightly. This trembling then spread throughout its entire body. Following that, the beast's 4 hooves moved, the beast's head moved, and finally, its lifeless eyes moved. The Blackwater ancient beast looked around in confusion. It then glanced at the other Blackwater ancient beast on the right that was standing still. After which, it spread its wings and turned into a blue light that flew a few rounds outside the Blackwater Palace. When it did not discover anything, it pushed off the ground and charged into the sky as if it was flat ground. Its body landed on a protruding part of the inverted triangle. The profound water beast opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue light onto the protrusion. With a crack, the protrusion floated into the air. The profound water beast didn't even look back as it charged into the gap below the protrusion. When the profound water beast disappeared, the protrusion fell back down. In a flash of light, the inverted triangle returned to its original state. The profound water beast entered the profound water palace. Xiaohua and the others were unaware of the danger that was about to befall them. Xiaohua stood dumbly in front of the profound water palace's doors as he looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was filled with disbelief. Chapter 34-31. Right in front of Xiaohua's eyes was a transparent triangular palace. Everything inside the palace was made of triangles that looked like colored glass. Even the ground beneath Xiaohua's feet, the top of their heads, and even the palace door behind them were triangles. What was special was that these triangles were exactly the same size. The water blue brilliance flowing along the edges of the triangles also had a similar rhythm. At a glance, it was difficult to distinguish any triangle from any other. At a glance, there were countless strange triangles inside the mysterious water palace. Not only did Xiaohua and the others feel like they were floating in a triangular space, but when their gazes fell on the thousands of transparent mirrors, each mirror reflected the 4 people who had entered the mysterious water palace. The strangest thing was that their gazes could be refracted. In an instant, Xiaohua's gaze seemed to have seen countless mirrors, as if he had seen countless versions of himself. A kind of dizziness arose in Xiaohua's heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes, not daring to look any further. However, even so, the fear that came from looking at each mirror remained in the bottom of his heart. Moreover, in the darkness before him, there were still countless broken mirrors flashing, and in each mirror was a pair of horrified eyes. Damn it! Xiaohua almost blurted out a curse. This mysterious water palace was too deceptive. The shock from walking past the mysterious water ancient beast had yet to subside, and the feeling of being lucky had yet to subside. In an instant, it gave his eyes such a terrifying baptism. Even a cultivator with a firm Dao heart like him couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fellow immortals. Xianxia's voice trembled. Clearly, she had been caught off guard. As soon as she recovered her wits, she immediately reminded them, remember to guard your heart and keep your mind clear. Mo Yuntong didn't mention the dangers of the mysterious water palace. She only said that thousands of Dharma images would appear here. If you couldn't find your true form, you wouldn't be able to find your way out. Even I didn't think that this Dharma idol would be so deadly. If we weren't cultivators, we would have lost ourselves just by looking at it. Who knows which one is the real person in the mirror? Cai Hui also didn't dare to raise her head and whispered, the eyes are the heart, and the soul is born from the heart. Dazzling the eyes is seizing the soul. His gaze wandered as he looked at his feet. Beneath his feet was the same as the surroundings in front of him. There were also many tiny triangles. Xiaohua calmed his mind and slowly raised his eyes. His gaze was not too far away, but it was also rapidly sweeping around. This situation was somewhat similar to the innate primordial water. He already had a similar experience. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately retracted his gaze. Among the four of them, he was the one who suffered the least damage. However, he still sighed with emotion. This primordial magic formation is really powerful. Now that we can't release our Buddha's consciousness, we can only rely on our eyes. Who knows that such simple eyes can also be taken advantage of by the formation? Amitabha. Fortunately, I can't release my Buddha's consciousness. Guzhen's Dharma was not as good as Cai Hui's, so it was difficult for him to find himself when he was lost. He was the one who suffered the most damage among the four. At this moment, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. If the Buddha's consciousness is released, it will also be lost. It will be harder to find it than the mind. Xian shook her head. Master Guzhen is wrong. The profound water palace's formation was set up for us Confucian cultivators' clear sight arts. Because this place imprisons divine sense and Buddha's consciousness, the Daoist's divine sense cannot leave the body. Only our Confucian clear sight arts can be used. In order to prevent us from finding the true entrance to the profound water palace, the primordial magic formation set up this secret formation here. Oh. So Xianxia can use the clear sight arts in front of the profound water palace? Guzhen was slightly taken aback. Xian nodded slightly. This one can use it, but it's not even 10% of my usual power. Xian then looked to the left and smiled bitterly. As for this place, this one wouldn't dare to use it even if I had 10 times the courage. So the palace door where the profound water ancient beast isn't the true entrance to the profound water palace. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, in that case, the triangular maze in front of us is the real entrance? Xian nodded. That's right. Only one of these tens of thousands of mirrors is the true entrance to the profound water palace. We must find it from there. Damn it, how is this possible? Xiaohua jumped up and shouted, not only do we lack Buddhist awareness, we don't even dare to look. How are we supposed to find the entrance? Ahem. Junior brother Tipu, watch your mouth, Cai Hui hastily coughed and reminded him, don't let the Buddha blame you. Amitabha. Senior brother is right. Xiaohua became listless and put his palms together. However, he cursed inwardly, alas, it's this Zhao's primordial spirit that shaved the Buddha's Saraira, not this Zhao's. This Xiao was just casually complaining. Cai Hui was very satisfied with Xiaohua's reaction. She looked at Xian with a smile and said, since this is recorded in Imo Yuntong, then Xianxia must have made preparations? Yes, indeed. Xian nodded. This is the last record of the primordial magic formation in Imo Yuntong. At the same time, it's also the problem this one has been pondering for the longest time. To tell you the truth, fellow Daoist Cai Hui, this one has racked my brains for 10 years. It was only after meeting you that I suddenly saw the light. Little monk? Xi Hui was slightly stunned. However, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "This little monk understands." Previously, Tanyue and this little monk talked about this matter. So it's used here. If it's as Xi and Tanyue thought, this is indeed the best way to break this maze. However, speaking of this, Xi Hui frowned again. This little monk doesn't quite understand. How should we cast the spell? Xian glanced at Xiao Hua's thoughtful expression and then at Guzhen's confused face. She smiled bitterly again. This one only knows about the primordial spirit and the Dharma idol. As for how to find the primordial spirit from the Dharma idol, I'm afraid that's something you have to consider. However, in this one's opinion, it's really difficult for you to find the Dharma idol from the thousands of mirrors by yourself. Don't you have Tipu and Master Guzhen now? It should be much easier for you. After hearing Xian's words, Xiao Hua understood a little. The so-called primordial spirit was naturally the physical body. There were thousands of triangular mirrors in the maze of the mysterious water palace. Each mirror could reflect the intruder's shadow. However, there was only one real mirror. All the other mirrors were illusions of the maze. It was precisely these mirrors that had the effect of bewitching the mind. The real eye of the formation only played the role of illusions. Since the maze only worked on Confucian cultivators' eye-clearing technique and the naked eye of cultivators, all Buddhist senses, divine thoughts, and elemental thoughts could be used. Since the Dharma idol of the Buddhist sect was condensed from karma, it wasn't restricted by the maze. Therefore, the mirror couldn't reflect the Dharma idol's shadow. However, the problem was that even if Xi Hui or Guzhen released their Dharma idols, how would they find the mirror that could reflect the Dharma idol's shadow? What would they use to check? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind raced. He had many methods. He could release the Dharma idol, release the Buddha's Sarira, or release his nascent soul. He could deal with all of them. Even the simplest method was to use his soul sense. Perhaps he could find a way out. Of course, Xiao Hua could also use the heavenly vision of the Dharma eyes. However, he couldn't be sure if his Dharma eyes could defeat this ancient formation. Although Master Guzhen wasn't proficient in Buddhism, he understood after hearing this. He said loudly, "Xi Hui, if there's anything you need this old monk to do, just tell me. This old monk doesn't understand Buddhism, but I do know some Buddhist divine skills. They can be of help." Xi Hui thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Grandmaster, this disciple doesn't understand the Dharma idol technique. However, the Sarira that I cultivate does have the image of a Dharma idol. How about this disciple release the Sarira first to see its effect? Grandmaster, why don't you use the Dharma idol technique?" I'll listen to you." Guzhen naturally had no objections. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the Sarira of a Dharma idol? Isn't this the Buddha's Sarira? This monk Xi Hui really has some background. However, Buddhist light surged around Xi Hui's body. After a moment, it slowly disappeared. Xi Hui's expression was somewhat unnatural. She sighed and said, "Not only does the mysterious water palace confine Buddhist consciousness, but it also confines this little monk's Bodhi Sarira. It seems this little monk can't do anything." Bodhi Sarira. When Guzhen heard Xi Hui's words, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He cried out involuntarily, "Xi Hui, you actually cultivated the Bodhi Sarira?" This. Looking at this grandmaster who couldn't refine karma to form a Sarira, Xi Hui's expression was somewhat uneasy. She smiled and said, "All right, grandmaster knows. This disciple was lucky enough to refine the Bodhi Sarira in this life. However, the golden body has yet to form, so I dare not embarrass myself in front of grandmaster." Alas. Xi Hui couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. She sighed and didn't speak again. Xian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xi Hui, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've heard you talk about refining the Bodhi Sarira. This is second only to the Buddha's Sarira in your Buddhist sect. With this Sarira, not only will you be able to attain the golden body of a bodhisattva in this life, but you'll also be able to attain the supreme golden body in the future. Cai Hui hurriedly put her palms together and humbly recited the name of Buddha. She said, Amitabha, this is the karma of this little monk's several lifetimes of cultivation. There's nothing to show off. Perhaps this little monk was like Grandmaster Guzhen in the past, specializing in the lineage of Dharma protectors. Later on, this little monk obtained an opportunity and gained the favor of Buddha. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. Xian looked so excited that she almost forgot that she was in the mysterious water palace. She cupped her hands and said, Fellow immortal, you're too humble. Being able to refine the Bodhi Sarira isn't something that can be exchanged with several lifetimes of cultivation. If it weren't for the profound Dharma and profound opportunities, how could it be possible? I didn't expect this little girl to be acquainted with a bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect. It's truly fortunate. Chapter 34-32. Ahem. Before Xian could finish, Cai Hui coughed twice and even winked at her, interrupting her. Xian Tanua, no matter what kind of relic it is, it can't be used in the profound water palace. What's the use of that? It's not as useful as Ancestor Guzhen's golden Buddha statue. That's true. Xian suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes narrowed and she almost covered her mouth with her hand. She hurriedly covered it up. Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. That's right. To the side, Xiaohua frowned. He knew that if Cai Hui's Bodhi relic couldn't be used, then his Buddha relic wouldn't be able to leave his body. Since his relic couldn't leave his body, then his nascent soul couldn't either. Perhaps he could only use his soul sense and heavenly law embodiment technique. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was about to quietly release his soul awareness. Roar. Guzhen roared and clenched his fists. Buddha light flashed all over his body. Guzhen's originally tall body grew bigger and bigger. In a moment, a Buddha statue of several zhang tall slowly appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Ancestor Guzhen's golden Buddha statue appeared, countless sounds came from the profound water palace's mirrors. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw that many of the previously dazzling mirrors had turned into black holes. The sounds came from the shattering of the illusionary mirrors. A golden Buddha statue can restrain an ancient formation? Xiaohua was aghast. However, before he could shift his gaze away, the familiar rumbling of magical treasures resounded. Rays of aqua blue light appeared once again. Xiaohua hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Immediately, waves of strange magical energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire mysterious water palace. This magical energy was like a whirlwind, but also like a scorching heat. Guzhen's newly formed golden Buddha statue actually showed signs of melting under this magical energy. Strands of golden sweat seeped out of the golden Buddha statue. A trace of pain appeared on Guzhen's face, which was flashing with Buddhist light. He cried out, "The mystic water palace's formation is too powerful. I can't hold on for too long. Hurry up and find the entrance." Yes, Cai Hui gritted her teeth and hurriedly replied. She then waved her hand and said, "Ti Pu, look over here. Xian Tanyu, look over there, okay?" Xian didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly turned around and looked in the direction Cai Hui was pointing at. Xiaohua also did the same. However, Xiaohua didn't use his eyes, but his soul sense. Xian's idea was very ideal, but reality once again showed the crux of the matter. The naked eye couldn't look directly at the illusory mirrors. Even if they could just glance at them now, Xian and Cai Hui didn't dare to be too careless, for fear that they would miss the mirror with the Transcendent's golden body. However, it was extremely difficult to find a mirror with an image among the thousands of mirrors. Cai Hui and Xian's eyes seemed to be dazzled. Heavy dizziness and discomfort rose from the bottom of their hearts. There were several times when they almost got lost in the mirror. Compared to them, Xiaohua was in a better state. Although soul sense wasn't as useful as Xiaohua thought, being able to see through the illusion of the array and see through the array's core with a glance, soul sense wouldn't be reflected by the illusory mirrors, so there was no danger of losing one's mind. However, Xiaohua was the same as Xian and the others. He also didn't dare to be careless. He also checked the mirrors one by one. As time passed, the magic power fluctuations became more rapid. Xiaohua could clearly feel the heat in the surrounding air. He looked again and saw that the surface of Master Gu Zhen's golden body had already melted. Just like Xiaohua's Buddhist Saraira, it had turned into golden liquid and flowed down the golden body. When it dripped to where Gu Zhen was standing, it immediately turned into small golden Buddhist lotuses. Gu Zhen's golden body of Buddha is different from Frost Bamboo's great strength Vajra Dharma body. It seems to be transformed from his main body, similar to my heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. As Xiaohua continued probing, he thought to himself, although this Buddhist divine power is a level higher than Frost Bamboo's, the Dharma array has melted his golden body. That means his body will also be damaged. Why don't I use heavenly form to replace it? Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, Great Master Gu Zhen is a Buddhist sect guardian with 5th grade origin energy. Wouldn't his golden Buddha avatar be more profound than my heavenly law's embodiment technique? Instead of thinking too much, why don't I hurry up and find the entrance? If Master Gu Zhen can't support me at the final critical moment, it won't be too late for me to make such a plan. Roar. After a while, Master Gu Zhen's originally straight waist twisted slightly. A slightly hoarse roar came from his mouth. It was unknown whether it was a painful or angry roar. His movement didn't matter. Pa, 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 several loud pops sounded. Several thumb-sized bubbles appeared on his limbs. Then, with several explosions, these bubbles all exploded. Golden liquid splashed out. Before it could fall, it had already bloomed into lotus shapes in the air. The main body is the Saraira, and the Saraira is also the main body. Xiaohua sighed. He understood the meaning of Buddhist guardians. But suddenly, Xiaohua was startled again. My Saraira is in the shape of a Buddha. It seems to be able to form its own body. If a Buddha's Saraira leaves the main body to cultivate on its own, wouldn't it only be able to walk the path of a guardian? Xiaohua was startled. His soul consciousness was a little scattered, and he couldn't tell where he was looking. Xiaohua hurriedly composed himself and grumbled in his heart, although my Buddhist cultivation is at 5th grade essence power, and according to the records of the Buddhist scriptures in Exquisite Temple, I can be considered to have reached the Lotus realm. But in reality, I know very little about Buddhism, and Buddhist magical powers are few and far between. Doesn't Cai Hui also have a Bodhi Saraira? He's not in a hurry, so why should I? Isn't this the entrance to the formation? People often say that one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance, one will find it without any effort. Xiaohua was like that at this moment. He was focused on searching for the entrance, but he didn't find anything. But in a moment of absent-mindedness, his soul consciousness scattered, and he actually found a triangular mirror. On this mirror, other than Xiaohua, Cai Hui, and Xian, there was also Grandmaster Gu Zhen's golden Buddha statue that was much taller than the others. This golden Buddha statue was only much taller than Gu Zhen's main body on the other mirrors, and there wasn't the slightest trace of Buddhist light on it. It's here. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed at the mirror below him and shouted. But what made Xiaohua extremely surprised was that at this moment, Xian and Cai Hui also shouted in unison, "It's here." However, the two of them pointed in different directions. Cai Hui pointed in the sky, and Xian pointed in the same direction as Xiaohua. Xiaohua was rather surprised. He didn't think that the two's eyes could be as fast as his soul consciousness. He subconsciously looked in the direction Cai Hui was pointing at. Sure enough, on the same triangular mirror above everyone's heads, Grandmaster Guzhen's golden Buddha statue was also reflected. Just as Xiaohua thought, Cai Hui and Xian also looked at each other's mirrors. The three of them then looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They didn't think that the profound water palace would have two entrances. Little monk, you're really amazing. Xian looked at Xiaohua again and said curiously, the area that immortal Cai Hui assigned to you doesn't seem to be here. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said honestly, when I saw Grandmaster Guzhen's golden body melt, this little monk couldn't bear to see it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, I looked down below. Grandmaster Guzhen's sacrifice moved Buddha and allowed this little monk to see the entrance to the formation. Oh, Grandmaster Guzhen, you can take back your avatar now. Phew. Guzhen let out a long sigh. The Buddhist light around him quickly disappeared and then shrank like a bubble. His golden body also shrank rapidly and returned to its original form. However, Grandmaster Guzhen's face was pale. Not only was his body trembling, but his arms and legs were also trembling. He looked like an old man who had just recovered from a serious illness. Grandmaster, you've worked hard. Cai Hui hurried forward to support him. Guzhen shook his arms and wanted to break free, but he seemed to be powerless and could only let Cai Hui do as she pleased. Xiaohua ignored Xian's reproach. He raised his head and glanced at the mirror Cai Hui pointed at, and then at the mirror he discovered beneath his feet. He asked with a wry smile, Xianxia, this mysterious water palace actually has two entrances. Is there any record of this in your Moyan eyes? No, Xian answered without hesitation. Then which entrance should we use? Cai Hui asked from the side. Xian thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and took out two jade boxes. She said, although we found the entrance to the profound water palace, we still need to use the Dao gate to enter the real profound water palace. These are the two talismans I found according to Mo Yintong's records. These two talismans are exactly the same. I prepared them in case of an emergency. Now that there are two entrances, it is destined that both entrances will be opened. I think it's better to open the entrance first. I'll wait and see, then decide which entrance to enter. I'm afraid that's the only way. Cai Hui frowned. Faced with such a difficult problem, she had no choice but to agree. Xian raised her hand and one of the jade boxes opened. A bright cyan halo rushed out of the jade box. Before Xian could cast a spell, a thumb-sized seed jumped out of the jade box. Xiaohua looked at the jade box expectantly. He wanted to know what kind of rare talisman Xian had taken out, but he was still shocked when he saw the seed jump out. Looking at the seed again, it leaped into the air and flickered with an emerald green halo. The halo slowly unfolded and the seed also unfolded along with the halo. Xiaohua could clearly see that it was a talisman in the shape of a leaf. The wrinkles on the talisman and the texture of the leaf were clearly visible. Xiaohua didn't need to use his divine sense to know that it was a rare talisman from ancient times. Chapter 34-33. Sure enough, Xian promptly explained, this is a Daoist wood spirit talisman. It said that it specializes in breaking water-type formations. The specific refining method has long been lost, and these two talismans were found after spending more than 10 years of painstaking effort. They're also the last preparations I've made before entering the formation. I don't know what I'll encounter after entering the profound water palace. Xian opened her mouth again and was about to blow out true energy when she suddenly closed it again. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, Little monk, can you help me next time? Oh. How can I help you? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. I don't know any Daoist magic, so how can I help you? Of course, if you can teach me how to use Buddhist telekinesis to activate talismans, I'd be more than happy to. Hee, you wish. Xian glanced at Xiaohua. The telekinesis you use is completely different from Daoist magic. I'm a Confucian cultivator, so how can I know this kind of secret technique? If you want this secret technique, you might as well ask your senior martial brother who'll definitely become a bodhisattva in this lifetime. After speaking, Xian opened her mouth and a golden true energy shot out like a sword and hit the leaf talisman. CSI. The moment the true energy came into contact with the talisman, it immediately produced a corrosive sound. Following this sound, the emerald green brilliance on the leaf flickered rapidly, as if the leaf was being devoured by insects. Xian saw that the talisman's brilliance was faintly flickering. She hurriedly pointed at the talisman. The leaf, like a falling leaf on an autumn night, fell towards the mirror surface that Xiaohua and Xian had identified at the same time. From afar, the mirror surface looked extremely small, but the leaf that fell on it was insignificant. However, as soon as the leaf-like talisman touched the mirror surface, a water-blue brilliance flashed and submerged the entire talisman in an instant. The emerald green brilliance completely disappeared. However, in just a few breaths, a wisp of emerald green brilliance emerged from the water-blue brilliance like a sharp sword. Moreover, as soon as this light appeared, it immediately swayed and expanded. Strands of water-based heaven and earth spirit chi flashed with blue light and flowed into the emerald green light. Within this emerald green light, a vine-like branch stretched out, wood counters water. Although the wood spirit talisman can't absorb wood-type spiritual energy from the profound water palace, the water-type spiritual energy can still make the wood spirit talisman work. It seems, it's only a matter of time before the profound water palace is destroyed. When Xiaohua saw this situation, he immediately understood in his heart. However, the real situation had exceeded his expectations. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the wood spirit talisman had already transformed into vines that completely covered the triangular mirror. When Xian grabbed it with her hand, the vines contracted and instantly shattered the mirror. Behind the mirror, a blue tunnel was revealed. Hiss. Xiaohua's eyes looked at the blue passage, and a feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a call coming from the passage with the wind. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what this feeling meant. However, no matter what this feeling meant, there was one thing he was certain of. This entrance was definitely the real entrance. Xiaohua was certain of this. However, Xiaohua only glanced at it and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for Xian to attack again and shatter the other mirror above everyone's heads. Seeing the mirror shatter, before Xian could say anything, Ci Hui's face revealed a look of astonishment. She asked curiously, "What? What does this mean? Why did this little monk feel a call? There seems to be a voice coming from inside. Could it be that this entrance is the real entrance? Damn, how is this possible? How can Ci Hui feel the same as me?" Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the passage that also flashed with blue light. His heart rippled. If one of the passages produced a call, then it would be fine. There must be something attracting this Xiao. However, the two passages produced two different calls. The biggest possibility is, there's something fishy about the profound water palace. Little monk, what about you? Xian didn't answer Ci Hui's question. Instead, she looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of interest. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. This little monk didn't feel the call from the passage. Moreover, contrary to senior brother Ci Hui, this little monk has a subtle feeling about the other entrance. What about Grandmaster Gu Zhen? Xian turned to Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen's face revealed hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This old monk's thoughts are similar to Ci Hui's. The entrance above us should be real. After all, this is the lowest level of the profound water palace. If there is an entrance, it must be facing upwards." Xian's expression turned grave. She glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Although the profound water palace is above us, the entrance might not be. This little monk's feelings are similar to yours. I feel that the entrance below us is real." Ci Hui's expression changed. She said anxiously, "This is bad. Could this be the profound water palace's trick? The purpose of this formation is to separate the four of us? Anything is possible. Xian nodded. We only have three choices. Either all four of us go up, all four of us go down, or we split into two groups and go our own way. This. Xi Hui was truly hesitant. However, she still insisted, this little monk feels that it's better to go up. This little monk feels that it's better to go down. Xiaohua originally wanted to go up like Xi Hui, but he was somewhat unwilling. His perception had always been accurate. Today, there was no reason for it to be wrong. Thus, he also insisted. This little one has heard that formations that have been set up for a long time will give birth to a formation spirit. Could it be that this ancient formation has already gained sentience? Xian laughed. I don't think that's likely to be strange. However, this little one feels that these two entrances might be different methods leading to the same result. Although the paths inside are different, they will eventually converge at the same place. Yes. As the saying goes, infinite scenery lies at the peak of a dangerous mountain. These two different directions might be a kind of fate and opportunity for us. Gu Zhen said. No matter what you choose, this old monk has decided to go through the entrance above us. With that, Gu Zhen flung his hand, wanting to shake off Xi Hui who was supporting him. However, Xi Hui didn't pull her hand away. She just smiled and said, since Grandmaster has made his choice and this entrance was found by this disciple, it's naturally impossible for us to not go through this entrance. This disciple is willing to go with Grandmaster and help Grandmaster search for the ancient Buddha. Fine. Xian glanced at Xiaohua and nodded. Since this little monk found the same entrance as us, this little one will go through the entrance below with you. With that, Xian winked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Little monk, you have to protect me. Of course. Xiaohua smiled. This little monk was most protective of women before he entered the Buddhist sect. Cough cough. Xi Hui's throat wasn't good again. Once the assignment was completed, Xi Hui supported Gu Zhen and the two of them slowly flew towards the entrance above the four people's heads. Looking at the backs of the two people and then looking at Gu Zhen's tall figure, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the frost bamboo. Naturally, he also thought of the Buddhist protector's unruly way of swallowing relics. Therefore, he immediately opened his mouth and transmitted a few words to Xi Hui. Xi Hui did not seem to have heard him. Not only did she not reply, she did not even slow down in the slightest. The two monks, one tall and one short, slowly flew towards the entrance of the blue brilliance in the mountain cave. When the two people's figures disappeared, the brilliance flickered slightly and a flat mirror surface appeared there. Now, even if Xiaohua and Xian wanted to follow Xi Hui, it was too late. Little monk, let's go. We'll go in too. Don't worry about Xi Hui. Grandmaster Gu Zhen isn't as despicable as you think. Xian waved her hand and landed first. How could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? He hurriedly flew down with Xian and said with a flattering smile, the ancients said that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must guard against others. It's normal for this little monk to be worried about senior martial brother Xi Hui. Who asked Grandmaster Gu Zhen to be a Buddhist Dharma protector? TSK. Xian smacked her lips as she flew and said mockingly, which ancient person are you talking about? Why do I often hear people talking about this? Moreover, why do I feel that you, a Buddhist disciple, are even more wary of Buddhists than me? Is that so? Xiaohua rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, that's because you're not a bhikkhuni of my Buddhist Dharma protector and don't know the details of my Buddhist Dharma protector. That's why you're not on guard. What are you on guard against? Xian probed again. Previously, you said that you came to the profound water palace to protect fellow Daoist Xi Hui. At that time, I only thought that you were talking nonsense. But now, it seems that your Buddhist Dharma protector's cultivation is far superior to Xi Hui's. How come I've never heard of such a good-looking, talented, and virtuous little monk like you. Alas, it's hard to give up on one's natural beauty. I've been raised in a boudoir and no one knows me. Xiaohua very regretfully rubbed his bald head and replied, this little monk has always emphasized on keeping a low profile. I didn't dare to shave my head and become a monk because I was afraid of attracting attention. New Tanua thought about it. This little monk had just shaved my head and brought you all here. In the blink of an eye, I met a senior martial brother who will definitely attain enlightenment in this lifetime. Since senior martial brother Ci Hui has such a background, New Tanua presumably also has a family background. Only, I wonder which family does New Tanua come from in the hidden immortal continent? Do you want to know? Xian flew to the light blue entrance and turned around. Yes, yes. Xiaohua hurried over and nodded his bald head like a chick pecking rice. I just won't tell you. Xian sneered and rushed into the entrance. Don't tell me if you want to. Xiaohua also muttered and followed closely behind. The passage was several zhang tall. As the two flew in one after another, the brilliance of the entire passage actually began to revolve. It was just like the whirlpools that appeared on the four walls of the profound water palace earlier. Wave after wave of blue brilliance drew an arc in front of Xiaohua. At first, it was slow, but then it gradually sped up and rushed forward. Looking behind the two, the place where the blue light surged had already sealed the entrance. There were no longer any gaps. Chapter 34-34. Xian was on high alert. As soon as she entered the entrance, she took out her flexible sword without waiting for the light to change. With a slight twist of her wrist, the blade coiled around her right arm like a spirit snake. Clear chi gushed out from between Xian's eyebrows. Her limpid eyes flickered like the light in the passageway, but the golden light in her eyes only flashed for a moment. Alas! Xian sighed. She knew that she still couldn't use her eye-clearing technique. Her five senses were similar to those of ordinary people in the mysterious water palace. Just as Xian was sighing, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. Startled, she hastily looked up and saw that the blue light in the passageway was gradually stabilizing, and its color was getting denser. What's going on? Xian frowned. Her flying figure slowed down, and she turned to ask in a low voice, "Little monk, do you feel something strange?" Xiaohua was right behind Xian. Seeing her slow down, he understood what she was thinking. He hastily flew to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. He answered, "This little monk feels a little heavy on my body. It seems to be the mysterious water palace's restriction again." Alas, that's what happened. Xian sighed again. After all, it's an ancient array with layer upon layer of strange restrictions. Without strength, it's really difficult to move even an inch. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then advised, "Actually, this little monk still has to persuade Lady Benefactor. Right now, our main goal is to find a way out. This mysterious water palace is really not a place where people with our cultivation can enter. Even if you want to find someone, you should first consider your own life, right? Without your life, what can you do? A way out?" Xian shrugged. "It's in this mountain, deep in the clouds." "What?" Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. As if he had thought of something, he hastily cried out, "Could it be, you don't know where the exit is? Or..." At this point, Xiaohua really didn't want to ask any more questions. Xian had said that she had the ink cloud pupil. Xiaohua had assumed that since someone had left the ink cloud pupil behind, someone must have left behind information about this ancient formation after escaping. He had followed Xian into the profound water palace. Even if he couldn't see an immortal artifact, he would at least be able to escape unscathed. However, he really didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil in Xian's possession didn't contain any records of this. Xiaohua had been relying on Imo Yuntong in this exit to enter the profound water palace when he had broken through this ancient magic array. Now that Xian didn't know what to say, how could she not be scared witless? This was an ancient array. The previous few checkpoints had already shown how ferocious this array was. And that was only the outer perimeter of the Profound Water Palace. Now that he had truly entered the Profound Water Palace, the passageway once again gave off a heavy feeling. Who knew what he was about to encounter? He had originally thought that he would be able to find a way out if he braced himself and forced himself through this passageway. Who knew? Xiaohua couldn't help but want to cry. Before Xiaohua's tears could fall, the heavy feeling on his body increased again. Xiaohua glanced at Xian. This strange woman was flying with her head held high, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He didn't bother to say anything more. His head drooped as he flew forward with Xian. At this point, he had already made up his mind. Self-preservation was self-preservation. Apart from self-preservation, he didn't care about anything else. Immortal artifacts, prisoners, nothing. He didn't believe that with his divine abilities, he couldn't protect himself. The pressure on his body increased even more. In half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua and Xian had only flown a few dozen meters. Although there was nothing tangible in the passageway, Xiaohua felt that the entire passageway was like a quagmire. He was currently wading through the water. The quagmire that was difficult to walk through was definitely not too far away. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, the blue brilliance suddenly changed when it reached the depths of the passageway. Strands of blue blossomed from the deep blue, as if the blue had surpassed the blue. They rapidly rotated within the blue passageway, similar to the blue light that appeared when Xiaohua had just entered the passageway. Oh no! Feeling the heavy pressure on his body increase again, Xiaohua came to his senses and shouted, Xian, hurry up and leave. The pressure in this passageway is increasing layer by layer. In the end, it will crush our bodies into minced meat. As he spoke, Xiaohua no longer dared to conceal his cultivation. He activated his transcendence energy and displayed the wind escape technique, rushing towards the front of the passageway. Who would have thought that it would be fine if Xiaohua didn't activate his transcendence energy, but the moment he displayed the wind escape technique, an enormous force crashed into Xiaohua's body along with his transcendence energy. Caught off guard, Xiaohua's entire body fell with a whoosh sound, directly reaching half of Xian's waist. Xiaohua's body sank. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the passageway in the distance. He understood in his heart that this was the Daoist sect's formation. The method to restrict the Daoist sect's disciples was naturally easy to use. At this moment, he had to either give up on using the Daoist sect's divine ability or forcefully rely on the Daoist sect's divine ability to charge out. Otherwise, he could only continue to use the Buddhist sect's divine ability and deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Xian naturally also felt the pressure increase. However, before she could activate the auspicious cloud, Xiaohua suddenly fell down. At this moment, she also looked at Xiaohua strangely. Let's go. Xiaohua didn't explain in detail. He activated the auspicious cloud and rushed forward while rising up again. However, after flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure brilliance deepened once more and the pressure doubled once more. Not only did Xiaohua not reach the same height as before, he even became half a foot shorter than before. Naturally, Xian's expression changed greatly and she also fell down like Xiaohua. Little monk, I'm afraid we can't touch the brilliance of this passageway. Xian shouted, although Mo Yuntong no longer has any records, since it's a passageway, we must pass through. This brilliance must be restricted by the Profound Water Palace. If we touch it, we'll definitely suffer. Not necessarily. What if we're sent out of the Profound Water Palace as soon as we touch it? Xiaohua coldly snorted and retorted sarcastically. Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, why don't you give it a try? I'm not giving it a try. Xiaohua shook his head and suddenly asked, right, benefactress, do you know, Xiaohua originally wanted to ask Xian if she knew Princess Baihua of the Cha New country, Xian, but before he could say anything, he remembered that he was now the little monk Tipu of the Western Paradise. How could he know a woman from the hidden immortal continent? He immediately shut his mouth. Who do I know? Xian saw that Xiaohua didn't say anything and continued to ask. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about it after we get out alive. Xiaohua waved his hand. At this moment it was difficult for him to move his hand. Even his arm felt somewhat sore and numb. Xian narrowed her eyes and said, "You're not going to say it? Are you afraid I'll see through your intentions? If you have the ability, you can see through it even if I don't say it." Xiaohua argued. Do you think I? Xian couldn't help but get angry. Just as she was about to say something, buzz buzz. The whole passage flashed with a blue brilliance. Rings of light chased after Xiaohua and the others from behind and rushed forward. The speed of the rings of light was different. Each ring was faster than the previous one. The heavy pressure on Xiaohua and Xian's body was like a wave, each layer stronger than the previous one. Hurry! Xiaohua urged again, but at this time, the two of them were already doing their best, but the passage still seemed to be endless. Boom! When the blue rings of light chased after them, the whole passage shook, and the color immediately turned green. Along with the change in brilliance, bang bang bang. Sounds came from Xiaohua's body. It was the sound of the joints all over his body. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with shock. He had already discovered the pattern. When the blue brilliance disappeared, the pressure in the passage should be twice as heavy as before. Now that the blue brilliance disappeared again, the pressure should be twice as heavy as before. If he counted, it should be 4 times as heavy as before. Xiaohua didn't know whether this passage was similar to his bone tempering, which required the bone tempering of 7 colors. However, even if it was the 5 elements technique, in the end, the pressure was still 32 times as heavy as when he first entered the passage. Of course, this was only Xiaohua's estimation. This was a restriction used to imprison cultivators, so how could it only be 2 or 4 times as heavy? When Xiaohua had just entered the passageway, the pressure from the flickering blue brilliance was already several times that of the outside of the passageway, and then the cyan brilliance was several times stronger. In the end, the pressure was several hundred times or even several thousand times stronger. How could a cultivator withstand this pressure? Xiaohua slightly bit his lips, and Buddhist light flashed around his body. He hurriedly released his soul consciousness and thought to himself, the only thing I can do now is to resist this pressure. This Xiao's body and bones have been tempered, so I should be able to resist for a while. I just don't know if Xian will be able to escape this calamity. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua's face suddenly showed joy, and he shouted, Xian, the exit is about 900 feet ahead. We just need to rush to the exit. Xian looked at Xiaohua from head to toe, and the panic on her face was not as bad as before. She seemed to have thought of a countermeasure, but she didn't ask Xiaohua how he knew the exit was 900 feet ahead. She only faintly replied, I know. She once again sped up. While the two of them were talking about hope, the restriction inside the passage seemed to know. The green brilliance flickered even faster, and the pressure became even more violent. One moment, it was down, the next moment, it was up, and then left and right. Xiaohua and Xian became even more exhausted and couldn't afford to be distracted and increase their speed. Seeing the green brilliance become even denser, Xiaohua's body began to feel strangely sore and swollen. Xiaohua understood that this time, the pressure was already several dozen times heavier than before, and his body was afraid that he was about to reach his limit. However, when he glanced at Xian, he saw that she was actually having it easier than him. Strands of golden mist had already appeared on her palace dress, and this mist protected Xian's protruding body. The mist had already condensed into armor inscriptions, making it look like a close-fitting golden armor. He hurriedly raised his hands slightly. Even this small action expended a great deal of Xiaohua's strength. Out, Xiaohua softly shouted, and the seal of overturning the sea flew out of the space. Xiaohua formed a seal in his hand, and his Zhenqi, which should have been surging like a tide, was now compressed into a trickle. When his magic power rushed into the air, it had already mostly disappeared. When it landed on the seal of overturning the sea, the brilliance on the seal of overturning the sea flickered. Where was its previous majestic appearance? Seeing the seal of overturning the sea in such a state, Xiaohua completely gave up. He raised his hand and withdrew the seal of overturning the sea. Xian, who was beside him, was in a state of panic. Not only was her face flushed red, but her skin, which was not covered by her palace dress, had turned from snow-white to golden yellow. Now, there were patches of blood stains on her skin. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. However, she still keenly saw Xiaohua's seal of overturning the sea, as well as the traces of Daoist magic power in it. Xian turned pale with fright. She was even more surprised than when she encountered the heavy pressure in the passage that she had never encountered before. However, she was even more shocked when Xiaohua raised his hand again. 7 flying swords with different sword lights appeared with Xiaohua's hand gesture. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a mouthful of Zhenqi rushed into the air. Then, he formed a seal with his hand. Although the 7 flying swords were very difficult, they still turned into rainbows and pierced toward Xian, thief. Although Xian was somewhat on guard, she never would have thought that Xiaohua would disregard his own safety and suddenly attack her in such a dangerous place. Xian unconsciously clenched her teeth and cursed, "Damn little bald donkey." Following Xian's curses, her hand also reached out, wanting to take something out of her bosom. However, it was already too late for her to fight back. The 7 flying swords had already rushed to about 10 feet away from her. However, just when Xian was feeling discouraged, the 7 Zhenqi from the 7 flying swords actually condensed in the air and surrounded Xian. Although the sword light was as thin as a cicada's wing, and even flashed under the heavy pressure, it seemed that it would not be able to last long. However, Xian's body felt lighter, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. He's protecting me. Xian suddenly came to a realization. I've wronged him. Xian instantly felt her qi and blood surging up. She did not know whether it was because of shame or the sudden release of Zhenqi, but her face turned blood red. Did he hear me scold him just now? Xian's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a very inappropriate question at this time. However, before Xian could look at Xiaohua with doubt, another thought emerged like weeds: the little monk is a Buddhist disciple. How could he know the flying swords of our Confucian cultivators? Humph, it must be. That trace of feeling instantly turned into anger. She even glared at Xiaohua with somewhat fiery eyes. Not only did she not take her hand out of her bosom, she even treated the 7 stars sword formation as if it was nothing. When Xian saw Xiaohua, her eyes unconsciously gave birth to extraordinary splendor. Xiaohua roared loudly, his body overflowing with Buddhist light or golden light. His originally thin and tall figure slowly expanded. The heavenly law embodiment technique that was comparable to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha was finally displayed. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, this heavenly law embodiment technique was refined by the primordial spirit. It was different from the Dao sex magic and was very different from the phoenix celestial body. However, it was similar to the golden body of Guzhen's Buddha. In this passage of the ancient formation, it still had the power to fight. This guy is actually a Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist sect? Or a martial master of my Confucian cultivation? Xian was somewhat flabbergasted. However, now was not the time for her to ponder. Xiaohua's Dharma embodiment, which was several zhang long, immediately streaked his several zhang long arm through the air. That large hand even pierced into the 7 stars sword formation. Although it sounded loud and clear, under this heavy pressure, its tone had already changed. He shouted, "Xian Xian, I'll send you out first." "You, what are you doing?" Seeing Xiao Hua's large hand grabbing towards her, although that large hand flashed with golden light, Xian Xian actually panicked. She hastily withdrew her hand from her bosom. Without hesitation, she pulled out the golden hairpin she gave to Gu Zhen before and stabbed it towards Xiao Hua's large hand. Just as the golden hairpin was taken out, a wave of cold air emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. His large hand stopped in midair as he hurriedly said, "Female benefactor, the heavy pressure is still increasing. This golden body of Buddha is this little monk's last resort. This little monk wants to try sending you out of the passage. If you're unwilling, this little monk will leave by himself." This. Xian Xian looked at Ku Ko in the distance. She fiercely clenched her teeth and said, "Fine. But don't you have any bad intentions?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed his hand again and called out, "What bad intentions can this little monk have? Female benefactor, don't you know that form is emptiness and emptiness is form?" While speaking, Xiao Hua's large hand was about to grab Xian Xian. He ordered, "Female benefactor, use your flying technique with all your strength. If you have any secret techniques, don't hesitate to use them. Success or failure, life or death will depend on this." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Hua shouted, "Go." Then, with a swing of his hand, he threw Xian Xian and the 7 stars sword formation to the end of the passage. Xian Xian only felt the wind whistling in front of her. That 7 stars sword formation's sword light was like splitting mountains and boiling water, carrying Xian Xian straight to the end of the passage in the distance. A trace of joy flashed in Xian Xian's heart. Then, with a wave of her hand, the golden hairpin in her hand produced a golden brilliance. This golden brilliance was like a blooming phoenix flower. In an instant, it protected Xian Xian and the 7 stars sword formation. No matter how much the pressure in the passage increased, the golden brilliance only shrunk a little. This little monk. Although Xian Xian didn't think much of Xiao Hua's seriousness, the steadiness in her heart had already been shaken. The golden hairpin was her last resort. Who would have thought that it would be taken out the moment they entered the profound water palace? She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She turned her head with some worry, but when she saw what Xiao Hua was doing, she couldn't help but be shaken. She saw Xiao Hua holding a thick wishful staff in his hand. His whole body flashed with golden light. He was like a demon god who could split heaven and earth. He chased after her with large strides. Every time the wishful staff was waved, it would cause the passage to tremble. After the tremors, Xian Xian could clearly feel the heavy pressure coming from behind her like a wave. In this yellow light that was already several hundred times heavier than the initial pressure, could Xiao Hua still survive? Xian Xian was extremely suspicious. However, Xian Xian still held onto a trace of hope. She didn't give up looking at the inside of the passageway, hoping for a miracle to happen. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was still no movement inside the passageway. Xian Xian's eyes were already sore from watching. Sigh. Xian Xian slightly sighed. Her heart was filled with complex feelings. It was indescribably desolate. It was as if she had just seen a beautiful scene, but before she could properly appreciate it, dark clouds had already densely covered it. This little monk, this was already the 4th time Xian Xian muttered, "This little monk," in her heart within a short period of time. Io, something's not right. Just when Xian Xian was about to give up and prepare to leave, she once again saw the 7 flying swords that had been protecting her all this time. The flying swords are still in midair. This sword formation is still there. That little monk might not necessarily be dead. Xian Xian suddenly jumped up. A burst of joy rushed to her heart. Her eyes were somewhat moist. Sure enough, before she even got close to the passageway, an intense rumbling sound began to flash within the golden brilliance. Strands of faint blue color flowed within the golden brilliance. Flowers of lightning bloomed within the golden brilliance. The most bizarre thing was that strands of black gas were also flowing within the golden brilliance. Ha 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 ha. Just when Xian was in ecstasy, Xiaohua's familiar laughter rushed out of the passageway amidst the lightning. The transcendent's golden body that was several tens of feet in size had already disappeared. Instead, strands of black gas slowly dissipated around Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Xian's rushing figure came to an abrupt halt. Then, she suddenly turned around and flew several tens of feet away. Only then did she stop, standing still with her back facing Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't care about Xian's actions. In front of him was a vast open space with white clouds drifting about. The sky above the white clouds was blue. Although he couldn't see the sun, there were actually some shadows in the open space. Chapter 34-37. As for behind Xiaohua, there was a mountain peak. The several zhang-wide cave had now regained its blue brilliance. Looking at the other parts of the mountain peak, there were actually many densely packed caves. They were all flashing with the same blue brilliance as the one Xiaohua and Xian flew out of. Could it be that there are many more entrances? Cai Hui and Gu Zhen are also in one of them? Xiaohua's heart stirred. He hurriedly wanted to release his soul consciousness. However, in this place, even his soul consciousness could not leave his body. Perhaps, one of them is an exit? Xiaohua gave up and began to ponder. Or, other than the cave just now, the others are all exits? Although this was what he thought, Xiaohua did not dare to take the risk. At this time, Xian called out again. "Little monk, I'm going to take a look in front. Do you want to come with me?" Yes, let's go together." Xiaohua hurriedly responded and turned to chase after her. This open space was very cold. It seemed like ordinary soil, but it also carried a kind of coldness. From time to time, there were some blue brilliances flashing above the open space. Looking at the place in the distance, he could not see very far. Although there was no fog, it was impossible to see clearly beyond 100 zhang, let alone distinguish what it was. After walking for a while, Xiaohua wailed. "Benefactress, aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? When is this going to end? Didn't you say time was limited? Now a lot of time has passed. How much time do we have left?" "I don't know either." Xian looked straight into the distance and replied indifferently. Mo Yuntong only said to go in and out as soon as possible. He did not give a specific time. Now that we're here, I don't know anything. If you want to find the exit, you can only find it yourself. I can't help you at all. Forget it. Until today, I finally know what it means to be blind." Xiaohua waved his hand and said impatiently. "You're the blind one." Xian retorted sarcastically. Yes, I was blind. How could I follow you in?" Xiaohua replied with a mischievous smile. Where was the dignified appearance of the little monk Bodhi? "You." Xian was quite angry, but when it came to retorting, she was still a bit inferior to Xiaohua. Seeing that Xian was deflated, Xiaohua was quite happy. He proudly walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. His eyes looked forward, and an inconceivable expression filled his face. Suddenly seeing Xiaohua calm down, Xian was not used to it. She walked in front of Xiaohua and asked tentatively, What are you doing?" Did you see that?" Xiaohua's reply was somewhat incoherent. It was unknown whether his raised hand was exhausted or excited, but his entire arm was trembling. Xian was baffled. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, "Of course I saw it. It's just a grassland, I don't see any palaces." TSK, it's really scary to be uneducated. Xiaohua disdained Xian and lectured, do you see that 9 feet tall spiritual tree? Which spiritual tree only had one string of scarlet heart fruits? That was an ancient spirit fruit that only grew once every 90,000 years. It's very useful for Daoist nascent soul cultivators. It can solidify the body and solidify the nascent soul. It's said that taking one is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator cultivating for 100 years. Damn it, Xiao. This little monk has only seen it in the grass encyclopedia. Who would have thought that the profound water palace actually has it? As he spoke, Xiaohua no longer had the appearance of a weak mangy dog from before. He exerted all his strength and dashed towards the distance like a wisp of smoke. Scarlet heart fruits? Xian looked at the string of scarlet heart fruits in the distance with a confused expression. Who knows how old they are? But why did you pull them out by the roots? Xiaohua lazily raised his head and said with a smile, Benefactor Xian, these spirit herbs are heavenly treasures. If you put them in the profound water palace, only a ghost would come. Isn't this a reckless waste of heavenly treasures? If this little monk takes these spirit herbs out of the profound water palace, who knows how many Buddhist disciples will benefit from them? TCH, only a ghost would believe that. Xian rebuked. The Buddhist sect's Arhat doesn't need any spirit herbs. It's clearly your own greed. If you're talking about greed, that's not necessarily the case. Xiaohua smiled and touched his nose. For example, Benefactor Xian picked this abyss-amplifying grass on her own. But what if there's someone else who needs it? Would that person still want to enter the profound water palace? This little monk isn't bragging. Even if there were 10 more people from your Xian clan, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk out of the passage behind us. Tell me, if this isn't selfish of you, then what is it? Could it be that if this little monk takes this abyss-amplifying grass out, your Confucian Xian clan won't benefit? I don't know how to grow spirit herbs. Xian actually blushed at Xiaohua's words. However, at the same time, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly turned to look at the place where she had just picked the abyss-amplifying grass. Ah! Xian couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, the moment she spoke, the roots of the abyss-amplifying grass had already disappeared. The spirit herbs within a few feet to her left were all held by a fair child wearing a bib. His eyes were full of vigilance as he slipped away from her. Chapter 34-38. Looking at Xiaogua's cute appearance and the vigilance in her big, dark eyes, Xian felt a burst of anger for no reason. She fiercely kicked the ground and shouted, shameless! Thief! Robber! Although the ground looked very flat, it was actually very soft. Xian's kick not only scared Xiaogua so much that she quickly ran behind Xiaohua, but also kicked up the soil. Even a few shiny white things were kicked out by her. Xian swept her eyes over them like a stubborn little girl and gave a cold snort. But when Xiaohua's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hastily waved his hand and those white bones immediately fell into his hand, disappearing without a trace. Amitba. Benefactor Xian, this little monk doesn't know if Confucian cultivators like you talk about reincarnation and retribution in the next life. Xiaohua's face became solemn as he said righteously, but this little monk knows that whether it's Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism, they all emphasize the dead. Although I don't know which senior these bones belong to, and I don't know if he's a Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian cultivator, he's already passed away. We, the living, should retain a bit of respect for him. Blaspheming the corpse of a senior like you is really disrespectful. Forget it, let this little monk take these bones back to nirvana. I'll chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night so that he can reincarnate soon. Although Xian didn't care about these bones, she also saw how thick they were. How could she not know that these bones didn't belong to an ordinary person? Now that Xiaohua took the bones and still pretended to be obedient, her face was ashen with anger. She stretched out a white finger and pointed at the complacent Xiaohua. She didn't know what to say. You, just take it. Perhaps this is your corpse from your previous life. In your previous life, you failed to explore the profound water palace and died here. In this life, you came here under this princess's lead. Since you've received this lady's benefits, why don't you thank this lady? Yes, it seems this skeleton is really fated with this little monk. This little monk thanks the lady for leading the way. This little monk thanks the lady for kicking this skeleton. Xiaohua put his palms together and lowered his head as he said sincerely, from now on, this little monk will also chant sutras every day and recite incantations every night. If this lady dies here, may Buddha bless you so that you can come here in your next life. You. Xian said, you 4 times in a row. She had never seen such a glib-tongued person in her life, let alone such a glib-tongued little monk. What about me? Xiaohua touches his bald head and says curiously, could it be that benefactress has never seen such a peerless and magnificent monk before? Disgusting. Xian pretended to retch a few times and curled her lips. She turned her head and ignored Xiaohua as she walked forward. Woman Tanyu, don't go too far. Xiaohua put on an act behind his back and said, this little monk still needs to sleep at night. I don't want to recite the rebirth mantra for someone. There was no way Xian would turn her head back, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Seeing that Xian had left, Xiaohua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. He saw that the huge white bones that he had just sent into the space had already fused with the previous white bones. The lightning water mixed with traces of lightning seemed to be endlessly falling into the space. It seemed to be nourishing these white bones and also seemed to be awakening them at any time. Damn it, these white bones, how could they also be scattered in the Xiaoyu continent and Western Paradise? Jade Archive. Xiaohua frowned. Under these bloodstains, the monk robe was completely torn. Under the monk robe, there were fist-sized wounds. Some of the filthy blood had already coagulated, while others were still bleeding. Even the hand that Guzhen used to hold the demon-subduing pestle was riddled with scars. Several torn muscles and flesh were exposed outside of the skin, shaking slightly with the trembling of Guzhen's arm. The demon-subduing pestle was not in good condition either. It was full of bumps and hollows, especially the tip of the pestle, which was now broken. There were still a few strands of flesh and blood on it. On the right side of Guzhen's face, a large piece of flesh was torn off. His white teeth were exposed. Guzhen's originally fierce face was now even more ferocious. If someone saw him at this time, they would not be able to classify him as a Buddhist disciple. Guzhen and Xi Hui rushed out of the hole. They could not stand still in the air at all. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 of them fell to the ground at the same time. It was unknown whether the 2 of them were exhausted or had fainted, but both of them lay on the ground without moving. After the time it took to finish a meal, Guzhen shook her body and struggled to stand up from the ground. She said shakily, Xi Hui, can you still move? Grandmaster. Hearing Guzhen's voice, Xi Hui also shook his body and slowly climbed up from the ground. However, he still could not stand up. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground. After a while, he took a deep breath and said softly, this disciple should be able to hold on. When he warned this old monk thought he was being too petty. But now it seems, the human heart is not what it used to be. Even a Buddhist disciple has a human heart inside him. Huh, what did the little monk Tipu say? Gu Zhen looked up at the giant who was still far away and asked calmly. Nothing. Ci Hui's voice was already calm, as if she had accepted Gu Zhen's change. She said indifferently, he only said to be careful of Grandmaster. Although Ci Hui emphasized the word Grandmaster, Gu Zhen was not moved. He only said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, the little monk is dead. No one will know what happened here. Ci Hui asked indifferently again, Grandmaster, are you really going to devour this disciple Saraira? Tsk, tisk. Gu Zhen stuck out his tongue and licked it. With the ancient Buddha Saraira, this old monk naturally won't have any ideas about you. You forged a Bodhi Saraira. In this life, you'll definitely attain the Buddha fruit of Bodhisattva. This old monk doesn't dare to be delusional. However, if you want to attain the Buddha fruit, you must escape today. This old monk doesn't think you can safely return to the passage now. As for whether you can defeat the giant, that depends on your luck. If you can't even defeat the giant, then your Buddha fruit is illusory. Hearing that Gu Zhen didn't intend to devour her Saraira, Ci Hui's expression became slightly better. She looked at the giant and said, no matter what you think, Grandmaster, you don't have to say what you've done. Since Grandmaster has protected my Buddhist sect and done a meritorious deed for my Pure Land world, then this disciple is willing to lend Grandmaster a hand. Fight the giant and get the Saraira. Don't say those useless things. Let's fight. Gu Zhen waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand and said, this giant is very strange. It doesn't have the pressure of an ordinary Dao cultivator. It doesn't even have any magic power fluctuations. The wind made Gu Zhen lose the courage to breathe. He hurriedly made a mudra with both hands, trying to block the elbow that seemed to be able to smash him into meat paste. Ah! Gu Zhen really didn't have any psychokinesis now. As soon as the Buddhist mudra was formed, the puppet's left elbow attacked Gu Zhen. With just a light touch, the Buddhist light around Gu Zhen disappeared. Gu Zhen's whole body was hit like a bullet again, and he fell on the stone wall with a scream. When Gu Zhen's golden body touched the stone wall, it shrank by half again, and his face became even paler. What a pity. Gu Zhen couldn't help sighing when he saw the puppet's right arm being hit and also trembling. The Buddhist light transformed by the Buddhist mudra fell on the puppet's right elbow, and the puppet's right arm immediately became stiff. He knew that his psychokinesis was insufficient, so he couldn't make a similar Buddhist mudra again. This combat avatar was incomparably huge, and the materials used to refine it were definitely rare and precious. Only by breaking the elbows and knees of this combat avatar would he be able to defeat it. In order to completely smash the puppet, he needed his Buddha's palm. But would he have a chance to use it again? Chapter 34-43. The moment the shattered fireflies touched the ancient Buddha relic, they immediately fused with it. Like adding the finishing touch, the flamboyant seven-colored brilliance suddenly converged. The luster around the ancient Buddha relic gradually turned white, just like an ordinary physical body. What was special was that the light gradually gathered at the back of the relic's head. The face turned red with red lips and white teeth. Relic's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. His eyes were first filled with confusion, then clarity, and a look of great enlightenment flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a loud and clear noise resounded throughout the entire passage. Buddhist lights and Sanskrit chants resounded everywhere. Countless heavenly flowers appeared out of thin air and circled around Neli. Numerous heavenly maidens danced in the air along with countless heavenly dragons. Between the heavenly dragon and the heavenly maiden, there were countless flashes of Buddha's radiance. In the Buddha's radiance, there were illusions of small kiliacosms appearing one after another. The Buddha's radiance illuminated these illusions. In the Sanskrit chants, there seemed to be thousands of Buddhas chanting, Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. This is what I heard. For a time, the Buddha gave his tree to the Garden of Solitude in the Shiwei Kingdom, along with 8,000 monks of the Great Bhikkhu, Elder Sariputra, Mahakasyapa, and so on. There were 16 bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, virtuous tribulation, 1,000 bodhisattvas, and Maitreya was at the top. There were also 1,200 bodhisattvas from the other side. The Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was the leader. Then the Venerable One of the world entered Samadhi at night. His Samadhi was called All Light. Once he entered Samadhi, his body would emit golden light. Its bright light shone brightly on the Jadori forest, like a golden color, circling around and illuminating the Manjushri room, turning into 7 layers of golden platforms. On each platform, there were 500 Buddha transformation altars. In front of Shi Wenshu's room, 507 treasures lotus flowers were naturally born. They were as round as a wheel, with silver as the stem. Amaoza's mandala was its platform, and the variegated pearls were its whiskers. Its flowers illuminate the abode of the Buddha. When it exits the abode, it enters the abode of Manjushri. Amitabha. Ancient Buddha Tsaili, who was now like a living person, chanted amidst the Sanskrit chanting. Return to life, true, wonderful and auspicious, I recite according to the teachings of yoga. Body, mouth, mind, karma, vajra, tathagata, 3 secret doors. Practitioners should have the heart of Samantabhadra, and teachers should receive the diamond precepts. Only by being merciful in spite of one's life can one enter the wheel of liberation. Today, my merit is complete and I can repay the Bodhisattva's body. He should be called Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. Before Manjushri Bodhisattva's voice died away, the light behind him emitted a brilliant Buddha's light. The Buddha's light soared into the sky, ignoring the roof of the Xianshui Palace and the ancient magic formation. It rushed out of the Saint River. It pierced straight through the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed colors. Endless power of faith poured out from the Buddha's light like a waterfall. The golden body of the Manjushri Bodhisattva became even more plump and even taller. It didn't stop until it was about 8 feet tall. However, the power of faith didn't stop. It continued to gather like crystal threads and rushed into the light behind Manjushri's head. How could Monk Guzhen not know the cause and effect of this? A bitter smile appeared on his face. He put his palms together and knelt on the ground with difficulty. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Amitabha. Manjushri Bodhisattva chanted again and looked up. His eyes were filled with infinite wisdom. The Bodhisattva looked at Guzhen, who knelt on the ground and slightly raised the green lotus in his left hand. A ray of Buddha's light fell and covered Guzhen. Inside the Buddha's light, Guzhen's injuries healed at a visible speed. The power of faith that had disappeared was even more turbulent than before. Then, the Bodhisattva waved his right hand and the sword flashed in the air. The brave and invincible battle puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. The indigo lion that was curled up near Guzhen now had an indigo cloud under its feet and flew into the air. Manjushri Bodhisattva put away the green lotus and sword and stepped on the indigo lion, sitting cross-legged. The indigo lion roared in the air. As the Buddha's light rose higher, the endless power of faith continued to pour into the light. However, the Buddha's light gradually disappeared and all the strange phenomena disappeared in front of Guzhen's eyes. When the Buddha's light disappeared, Ci Hui, who had attained the Buddha's fruit of Manjushri Bodhisattva of no great wisdom, also left. Guzhen knelt on the ground and waited for a long time before he slowly got up. His dim eyes glanced at the messy tunnel and then fell on the broken battle puppet. He stared at it for a while as if he was recalling the days when he fought with Manjushri Bodhisattva. Then, He raised his head and looked at the stone wall where the ancient Buddha Sarira rushed out. He said to himself in a slightly sad voice, "The Bodhi Sarira is really amazing. Since it has attained the fruit in this life, it won't fall into the reincarnation cycle and won't stay in the next life. This Ci Hui is really scheming." Since he knew that the ancient Buddha Sarira was left by him in his previous life, he waited here for his 9 lives of merit to be fulfilled. He even said that he wanted to give the ancient Buddha Sarira to me. He laughed so hard that tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After he stopped laughing, he cried out in sorrow, "I, Gu Zhen, have followed the Buddha for more than 200 years. Every day, I've racked my brains. Although I've never chanted any scriptures or worshipped Buddha, I've always disregarded my own life. In my eyes, all devils and heretics deserve to be killed. I'm a Buddhist who exterminates devils and protects Buddha. Why do I have Buddha in my heart but no path beneath my feet?" Thinking of this, Gu Zhen prostrated himself on the stone pillar and kowtowed hard. He cried, "Buddha, oh Buddha, I know this is the place where the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva is enshrined. It's also the place where the Buddha is wise enough to see. I kowtow here sincerely. I hope the Buddha will show me the path under my feet. How can I attain fruition? How can I?" At this moment, before Gu Zhen could finish speaking, an old voice rang out from the oil lamp above his head, "Little monk, do you want to become a Buddha?" "Who?" Gu Zhen's body stiffened. He almost blurted it out, but then panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly kowtowed again and cried, "Buddha, please forgive me." However, before he could finish his words, he jumped up from the stone pillar again. He formed a seal with both hands and stared at the oil lamp suspended in the air above his head. This oil lamp was different from the usual ones. It was a round plate a few feet in size. There was no wick on the plate, only a faint layer of bright yellow flame burning on it. The brilliance was very uniform. It shone on the ceiling of the hall, illuminating the Million Buddha's picture and the ancient temple. Gu Zhen knew this was a longevity lamp. It was used to enshrine the golden body of the Namo Great Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva. He had some grudges against Manjushri Bodhisattva before, so he didn't look at it carefully. Now, he had to look at it again. The longevity lamp was sky blue. Chapter 34-44. What puzzled Gu Zhen the most was that there were no Sanskrit words anywhere else on the longevity lamp. There were also no images of heavenly maidens or heavenly dragons. Instead, there were layers upon layers of jade, which looked like thousands of tiny clouds. Under the blue light of the longevity lamp, the jade clouds shone with a blue brilliance. It was a rather strange sight. Gu Zhen rolled his eyes slightly. Following his gaze, the clouds started to float as if they were covered by the longevity lamp. "Who are you?" Gu Zhen had calmed down and didn't dare to move. He just stared at the longevity lamp and shouted, "Since you're here, why don't you come out to meet me?" "Sir?" "Ha ha ha." The voice laughed loudly and sounded very cheerful. "Little monk, you should call me benefactor, right? You can't even keep your oral precepts. How can you become a Buddha? Besides, if I'm not dim-sighted, I think I just heard someone here resenting Manjushri, right?" Gu Zhen's expression didn't change as he replied blandly, "I'm a Buddhist Dharma protector. It doesn't matter if I keep my oral precepts or not. As long as I can eliminate demons and protect Buddha for Buddhism, it's a great merit. A Dharma protector doesn't need to keep the precepts of Buddhism?" The voice asked curiously, "Why don't I know?" "Benefactor, you're not a disciple of Buddhism, are you?" Gu Zhen didn't answer but asked back, "You don't even know such a simple thing?" "It doesn't matter whether I'm a disciple of Buddhism or not." The voice said again, "The important thing is that the longevity hall was built by Manjushri's body. Why did he build it at the bottom of the Saint River? Why did he build it in the antiquity times? How did he know to build it to worship his Sarira? I told him all that 100,000 years ago. It is precisely because of this that this old man has been accompanying his relic here for 100,000 years. 100,000. 100,000 years? Gu Zhen was dumbfounded. Then, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. Yes, little monk. Do you think it's so easy to attain enlightenment? Manjushri Bodhisattva was a person of great wisdom and patience. As early as 100,000 years ago, he divided his relics into one and placed it here for worship. Do you know how much loneliness Manjushri had endured after cultivating here for 100,000 years? Manjushri Bodhisattva's body did this 100,000 years ago. Do you know how many times Manjushri Bodhisattva's body reincarnated? Do you know the hardships of cultivation in the mortal world? You have only cultivated for over 200 years. What right do you have to question the Bodhisattva? I. Gu Zhen opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He thought about his own suffering and then thought about C.I. Hui's previous life. She had already started her plan 100,000 years ago. He really wasn't worth mentioning. Little monk, cultivation is about cultivating the heart, not the body. All the hardships are the tribulations that Buddha imposed on you. Your jealousy, envy, and hatred are all obstacles to your cultivation. If you can't get rid of these obstacles, even if I tell you the secret of Manjushri Bodhisattva's enlightenment and let you divide a sarira to worship here, you still can't attain enlightenment. The voice was so harsh that Gu Zhen's face turned green and red. Amitabha, thank you, senior. Suddenly, Gu Zhen put his palms together and bowed. I know I'm wrong. From now on, I'll cut off the anger in my heart and focus on Buddha's way. Good. The voice was very happy. If you have such thoughts, I'll do you a great service. After saying that, Gu Zhen didn't say anything else. He moved his body and flew toward the gap in the stone wall. It seemed that he intended to leave. When Gu Zhen came to the edge of the gap, the longevity lamp was still burning. There was no flickering light. It seemed that the lamp didn't care about Gu Zhen's departure. Gu Zhen stepped out of the gap. After a moment of hesitation, he retracted his foot, lowered his head, and flew back. When he landed on the stone pillar, he said in a low voice, Senior, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Gu Zhen's voice didn't come out for a long time. It was as if it had never appeared. Gu Zhen panicked. He spoke again, but there was no response from the longevity lamp. With a plop, Gu Zhen fell to the ground and kowtowed. Senior. I know you're a senior of my Buddhism sect. It was all my fault. I thought this place was the most dangerous place of the mysterious water palace. Senior, your identity is unknown, so I don't dare to believe your words. I left just to test you. Please forgive me. With that, Gu Zhen kowtowed a few more times with a proper attitude. Alas, forget it. The voice seemed to be helpless. Get up. Who am I? Fly up and see for yourself. If you weren't the first bodhisattva to come here in tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't have helped you. Yes, yes. Hearing the voice, Gu Zhen finally felt relieved. However, he still didn't dare to fly up. He smiled and said, Since I know my mistake, I don't know who you are. Senior has accompanied Manjushri Bodhisattva for more than 100,000 years. How can you not be a senior of my Buddhism sect? Even if you haven't shaved your head, you're still a senior in my heart. Shaved my head? Ha! The voice laughed faintly. I want to shave my head, but other than the Buddhist Lord, who can shave my head? Senior? Gu Zhen was shocked. He didn't understand what the voice meant. Little monk, come up and see for yourself. The voice said faintly. Gu Zhen hesitated. He wanted to see the true face of the voice, but he was also afraid that he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the voice said, Little monk, you're truly detestable. Why are you so calculative in your heart? We're both protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. No wonder you said you've seen many bodhisattvas attain fruition. Gu Zhen was enlightened. So you're a protector for these bodhisattvas. Thinking about this old man's interest is waning. Gu Zhen was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior, what's going on? Can this disciple do his best for Senior? You? Hee, little monk, forget it. You're only at the Lotus Realm now. You're still far from what I expected. The sky dragon shook his head. His voice sounded especially lonely in the spacious hall. Gu Zhen frowned slightly and suppressed his wildly beating heart. After thinking for a while, he raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Senior, are you worried about this pious heart jade? Alas, that's right. Sky Dragon sighed again, little monk, you're quite considerate. This pious heart jade is what sustains this old man's life. Although I still have a lot of it, I don't know if it can last for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, little monk, not 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Senior, why don't you extinguish the flame of the pious heart jade? Gu Zhen said regretfully. If it could be extinguished, wouldn't Sky Dragon have extinguished it long ago? Why wait until now? As expected, Sky Dragon said with a smile, the pious heart jade is a rare item in this world. The reason you don't know about it is because no one in the Pure Land knows its use. This pious heart jade is only useful to me when it's lit. If it's extinguished, I won't exist in this world anymore. Therefore, Manjushri Bodhisattva forged this longevity lamp and lit it day and night in this longevity hall. Senior, don't worry. Gu Zhen blurted out almost without hesitation, as long as this disciple escapes from the mysterious water palace, I'll definitely travel all over the 3 great continents to help Senior find this pious heart jade. Hee, little monk, this old man appreciates your kind intentions. If this pious heart jade could be obtained with human strength, why would this old man wait until now? Sky Dragon smiled faintly and shook his head in the pious heart jade. Then, where can I go to get it? Or how can I get it? Gu Zhen asked without hesitation, Senior, as long as you tell me, this disciple will definitely think of a way. This. Sky Dragon seemed to hesitate. After a while, he said, Little monk, Manjushri Bodhisattva mentioned this to me in his past life. There's a place in the Pure Land where the pious heart jade can be found. However, with his spirit-halting realm, he doesn't dare to rashly go there. Hee, don't worry, Senior. Gu Zhen immediately understood and said with a smile, with Senior's help, even if this disciple can't reach that place now, this disciple still has tens of thousands of years left. This disciple doesn't believe that this disciple can't reach the spirit-halting realm by the time the pious heart jade in this longevity hall is exhausted. At that time, this disciple will definitely go there and help Senior find it. Amitba, I'll be happy. Sky Dragon's entire body trembled, and the green in the longevity lamp shook violently. Little monk, with your words, this old man can rest assured. If you can help this old man find the pious heart jade, this old man will help you attain fruition. Good. This disciple is willing to listen to Senior's instructions. Gu Zhen hastily called out. Ha ha ha. Sky Dragon laughed, Little monk, this old man will make a promise with you today. This old man will help you condense a relic, and you can leave it here, just like Manjushri did 100,000 years ago. Just like before, this old man will help you gather the power of faith. This old man will also teach you the Buddhist kingdom's secret arts and abilities, helping you reach the spirit-halting realm earlier. As for you, after leaving the profound water palace, you must help this old man find the pious heart jade. The faint flame also rotated at the same time. Not long after, a small whirlpool appeared in the jade liquid. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, gradually reaching the bottom of the lamp. At the same time, the flame gradually condensed into a swastika character in the air. Waves of faint Sanskrit chants spun faster and faster. Go! A mantra that sounded both Daoist and Buddhist rang out. The swastika character rushed into the whirlpool and hit the bottom of the longevity lamp. Hum! The bottom of the longevity lamp emitted a slight rumbling sound. The layers of clouds under the lamp seemed to have come to life and floated to the top of the pillar. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. There were 81 consecutive sounds. Then, the sound of a bell rang in Gu Zhen's ears. Golden light flashed in front of Gu Zhen and an entrance appeared on the pillar. A long flight of stairs appeared at the entrance. Go. Once you get that magic item, you'll be able to condense a relic. Sky Dragon's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't show his head from the jade pearl. Gu Zhen was full of joy. He landed at the entrance of the pillar and bowed. This disciple understands. This disciple will be back soon. Gu Zhen waited for a while but didn't hear Sky Dragon's voice. He knew that Sky Dragon was too tired and didn't want to wait any longer. He looked at the stairs and quickly walked down. After Gu Zhen left, the longevity hall regained its tranquility. The longevity lamp continued to burn dimly. It was as though Gu Zhen had never appeared in the first place. There were so many stairs under Gu Zhen's feet that he couldn't see the end of them. However, he was in such a good mood that he didn't care how far the stairs were. He knew that as long as he walked down step by step, there would be an end to the stairs. At the end, he would be able to fulfill his wish of condensing a relic in his lifetime. According to Gu Zhen's knowledge, condensing a relic was very simple for arhats who practiced Buddhist magic because the relic was the foundation of their cultivation. As long as they could step into the dust realm, they would be able to condense a relic. In the future, their Rugu and Bright Pool realms could be reflected in the relic. Different Buddhist mantras had different effects. Some could transform into different golden bodies in different realms, and some could trigger different Buddhist divine abilities in different realms, such as heavenly vision, heavenly hearing, and so on. For ordinary monks who didn't practice Buddhist magic, they could also condense a relic if they were proficient in Buddhist Dharma and Zen theory. However, this kind of relic could only be condensed after the monk had passed away. In other words, after the monk had finished his mortal life. The condensation of this kind of relic depended on Buddhist secret magic. The monk couldn't do it by himself. Of course, this was common sense. There were exceptions. Occasionally, there would be senior monks who were proficient in Buddhist Dharma but not Buddhist magic who condensed a relic. However, Gu Zhen also knew that for a guardian like him, even if he was in the Lotus realm, he couldn't condense a relic. This was because he had too many evil creatures in his hands. The resentment of the creatures he killed was enough to drown his relic, making it impossible for him to go further on the path of Buddhist magic. For this reason, in the Buddhist magic, the mantras for the guardians to practice did not allow the bodhisattvas to condense a relic from the beginning. This prevented the karma of killing creatures from affecting the cultivation of later generations. If he wanted to condense a relic, there was only one way. That was to ask a Buddhist master to condense a relic for him like ordinary monks when he passed away. However, the possibility of this kind of relic was too small. He didn't practice Buddhist Dharma and couldn't eliminate the karma. The nascent soul asked again. I-oh. Xiaohua patted his head and bitterly smiled. I forgot. I don't have enough spirit stones. Of course, Activating such a large teleportation formation not only required Xiaohua's magic power, but also spirit stones. Xiaohua frequently bid at the auction in the Copper Pillar Nation, looking rather arrogant. However, he relied on spirit herbs. In fact, Xiaohua had left most of his spirit stones in the Myriad Thunder Valley when he left the Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't have many spirit stones on hand. However, when he arrived at the Profound Water Palace, he could only rely on spirit stones. He didn't have any spirit herbs left. Does that little girl have any spirit stones? The nascent soul asked. Let's take a look first. Xiaohua said dejectedly, if you and I can repair this teleportation formation, it won't be too late to find her. The nascent soul didn't say anything else. Xiaohua wasn't just looking around aimlessly. He ran deeper into the teleportation formation's core while studying the real teleportation formation with the nascent soul. He compared what he saw with his own comprehension. Therefore, his speed was quite fast at first, but towards the end, he became slower and slower. It wasn't until an hour later that he arrived at the center of the teleportation formation, an empty space that was several hundred feet wide. To Xiaohua's disappointment, this place was also a mess. Fist-sized fragments could be seen everywhere. Obviously, this teleportation formation couldn't be used at all. Fellow Daoist, you and I can now lay down the teleportation formation. We can also refine the materials used for the teleportation formation. How long do you think it will take to repair this formation? Xiaohua looked at the ground and asked in a low voice. The nascent soul smiled. Do you still need I to answer? You already have the answer in your heart. Forget it, Xiaohua almost cried. He waved his hand and said, looks like our luck isn't good. Not to mention that we don't have any spirit stones, just repairing this teleportation formation is far away. Let's go and ask Benefactor Xian if she has any spirit stones. If she doesn't, we have to find another way out. After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave. Don't go. The nascent soul was anxious. Although these materials are already broken, they are all rare materials. As long as we refine them a little, they can be used again. How can you ignore them? Hee, that's true. Xiaohua laughed. His nascent soul was the same as him, greedy for money. When it saw a little bit of advantage, it would take advantage of it. Moreover, was the advantage in front of him small? Xiaohua released his mind and stored these fragments into the space. The nascent soul above his head suggested again, fellow Daoist, in my opinion, you should go and ask Benefactor Xian. If she doesn't have any spirit stones, we can just move the entire teleportation formation away. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, that's exactly what I want. It's decided then. After saying that, Xiaohua hurriedly went to find Xian. The nascent soul had been outside for a long time and was also very tired. The green-robed Xiaohua had no choice but to return to the space early. Little monk, did you find anything? Xian had already returned to the bluestone of the teleportation formation. Seeing Xiaohua using his lightness skill, her expression didn't change at all, as if she didn't see him at all. Xiaohua flew into the sky and also landed on the bluestone. He shook his head and said, I found something, but I'm afraid Benefactor will be disappointed. Oh? What did you find? Xian asked with interest. However, the other end of the balcony was covered by the blue light of the sky. It was as if there was an extra section that appeared out of thin air. What was special was that other than the white jade stairs in front of Xian, there was also a building above the stairs that looked like a corridor. In the middle of the building, there was a rather large bulge that looked a little out of place. However, no one would dare to underestimate any strange place in the dangerous Profound Water Palace. As soon as Xiaohua set foot on the steps, he had already felt somewhat uneasy. He had a feeling that there would be some trouble inside the balcony. New Tanyua. Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, is there no other entrance besides this balcony nearby? If there is, Xiaoxing can go look for it himself. Xian didn't turn her head. She said coldly, when Xiaoxing found this place with great difficulty, some people were still filling their pockets. Do you think some people have the right to ask where to go? Hee, of course not. Xiaohua said vehemently, this is all thanks to Xian. Who dares to say no? Humph. Xian didn't expect Xiaohua to answer like this. She snorted coldly and said no more. However, after Xiaohua took a few more steps, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered, by the way, Xiaoxing has made a strange discovery. Would New Tanua like to hear it? If Xiaohua had only said that he had a question, or if he had something to say, Xian might have blocked him with a sentence, not allowing Xiaohua to speak. However, Xiaohua said that it was a strange discovery. Xian couldn't help but say, let's hear it. Did Xian notice it? We're not the first to arrive at the Profound Water Palace. There must be many others before us. Of course. Xian replied grumpily, the ancient array under the Sage River isn't unknown to begin with. It's just that many people come in and few go out. It's long become a dangerous place. Very few people have come here in the last 1,000 years. But why? Xiaohua's words exposed his true nature. Those who died here didn't leave their Qinkuan bags. Humph, you're only thinking of taking advantage of others. Xian became angry again. Her voice was a bit loud. Didn't you see the river water in front of the Profound Water Palace? Presumably, when the river water flooded the Profound Water Palace, this place was also flooded. Even if some people died here, their corpses were washed into the Sage River by the river water. If you want to find them, you can go to the bottom of the river to look. That. Xiaoxing was just saying that it was strange. Xiaohua muttered, why are you so angry? Xian rolled her eyes at him and asked, what are the bones for? Seeing that Xian didn't regard him as an outsider, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. He shrugged and replied indifferently, Xiaoxing really doesn't know. Humph, I've never seen a monk as greedy as you in the Pure Land world. Xian lectured him with a bit of resentment. Monks rely on their feet to walk, and those who eat rely on offerings. How can they use money? You got so many spiritual herbs. Alas, I won't talk about it. At this point, Xiaohua didn't say anything. Xian also felt that she was too long-winded. She was really more talkative than Ci Hui, so she hurriedly shut up. The two of them walked a few steps and reached the top of the stairs. They saw another passageway with blue stone walls. Xiaohua felt a bit awkward and probed, I wonder how senior brother Ci Hui and Grandmaster Gu Zhen are doing. They're all eminent monks. You don't need to worry about them. Xian warned Xiaohua in a low voice as she looked around vigilantly. She had already drawn her flexible sword from her waist. Yes, Xiaoxing knows. Even Xiaohua didn't seem to understand the meaning of they in Xian's words. After walking for a long time, seeing that the passage was quiet and only the footsteps of the two people could be heard, Xian's heart became more and more uneasy. She couldn't help but scold, Xiaoxing, where's your Buddhist treasure? Didn't you have a stick in the passage before? Xiaohua had always wanted to hide his identity. When he heard Xian mention the wishful wand, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a magic wand and said, it's here. Devil tool? Who would have thought that Xian would recognize the origin of the magic wand at a glance? She raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, you. Who are you? New Tanyu. Xiaohua didn't know how many times he had heard Xian ask him who he was. He bitterly smiled and said, this is a stick. You can call it a devil tool or a Buddhist tool. In this poor monk's hands, it's a sharp weapon to eliminate evil and protect Buddha. Xian slightly clenched her teeth. Her eyes had an indescribable meaning. She stared at Xiaohua and said, you didn't learn anything from Ci Hui. This ability of yours has the tendency of the student surpassing the master. They? Xiao Hua was stunned. He blinked his big eyes, but the confusion in his eyes was even thicker than when he was small. However, before Xiao Hua could think more, the two people had already arrived at the bulge in the middle of the building. Looking from the inside of the passage, it was a circular dome. The dome was the same as the passage, blue in color. However, within this blue color, there were some densely packed silvery white colors. These silvery white colors flickered slightly like the stars in the sky. It looked very beautiful. Xiao Hua glanced at the sky and then looked forward. Xian was different. After glancing at the sky, she didn't want to look away. She didn't even move her feet. She stared at the sky and her eyes were filled with joy. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't disturb her. He walked a few steps forward until he was in front of Xian's head. Damn it, this is what it means to throw a meat bun at a dog, there is no return. Xiao Hua was rather distressed, but he immediately became vigilant. Putting away the primordial water bottle, he hastily looked up. Sure enough, those runes that were originally emitting emerald brilliance had almost turned transparent after receiving the innate primordial water. This transparency rapidly spread throughout the entire passageway, and immediately, even more elemental insects appeared from the depths of the formation. We've poked a hornet's nest. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright, and hastily shouted, Xian, quickly run. After Xian's gold essence failed, she was originally walking behind Xiao Hua. Her lightness technique was clearly inferior to Xiao Hua's, so even if Xiao Hua took the time to counterattack, she still could not catch up. At this moment, the innate primordial water overplayed its purpose, causing even more elemental insects to fly out, and Xian was the first to bear the brunt of these elemental insects' attack. Now Xian was really panicking, the sword light around her body surged again, and her right hand once again placed on the golden hairpin. Xian's sword light did not move, but with this move, the elemental insects that had just flown out bared their fangs and brandished their claws and pounced towards her. If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, as if he was about to use the hand of Yuanying, but after hesitating for a moment, he took out the wishful steel rod from his space. Even when he took out the wishful steel rod, Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled. Although Xian Chang's strange insects were called elemental insects, and these elemental insects were indeed slightly different from the spirit-swallowing bugs, Xiao Hua still had more than a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs, gold-swallowing bugs, wood-swallowing bugs, and so on in the sword tomb. Xiao Hua did not know if these spirit insects would listen to him now, but looking at these thousands of elemental insects, Xiao Hua also understood that 2 hands were no match for 4 fists. Not to mention the spirit-swallowing bugs, even Little Black and Little Yellow were unlikely to be the opponents of these insects. Little Yellow and Little Black were Xiao Hua's own boy. In such a dangerous situation in the void, Xiao Hua was reluctant to let them out, let alone let them take risks at this time. Since he took out the wishful steel rod, Xiao Hua's whole body surged with golden light, and the divine power of the celestial body was once again displayed. A transcendence golden body of more than 10 feet in size appeared in front of the elemental insects. Little monk. Do you want to die? Seeing the appearance of Xiao Hua's golden body, the elemental insects that were originally rushing towards Xian seemed to smell the fragrance of meat, and they all flapped their wings and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Xian screamed, and the slightly dimmer flying phoenix also flew out of the top of her head. Kill! Xiao Hua shook the wishful steel rod, and the rod became thick and long, waving in midair. When the elemental insects touched the wishful steel rod, they immediately burst, and the remains of the elemental insects fell to the ground and no longer disappeared. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that his secret method of breaking through with force had worked, and the wishful steel rod in his hand danced even harder. Xianxian's flying phoenix naturally could also succeed, but looking at Xiaohua's majestic transcendence golden body, Xian slightly gritted her teeth and let the flying sword hover near her left side to protect herself, fighting while retreating. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the previously not particularly long building had not yet reached the end. The elemental insects in the passage could now be described as covering the sky and the sun. Then, these spirit-swallowing bugs spread their wings and flew back. They circled around Xiaohua's transcendence golden body several times, and then flew towards the thousands of elemental eating bugs. Damn it, are they greeting me? Xiaohua didn't dare to release the spirit-swallowing bugs before, not only because he was afraid that the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs couldn't defeat the thousands of elemental eating bugs, but also because he couldn't control them. Now, these spirit-swallowing bugs actually showed off in front of him. How could he not know that these spirit-swallowing bugs were really psychic? After cursing with a smile, he opened the sword pouch. As expected, the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs flew to different places. With their wings buzzing and mouths clanging, a spirit-swallowing bug led a team of elemental eating bugs into the sword pouch. Seeing the dozens of teams of elemental eating bugs flying into the sword pouch in a uniform manner, Xiaohua couldn't stop smiling. These are thousands of elemental eating bugs. As long as I take them out of the mysterious water palace, damn it, who dares to go against me? As long as I'm not happy, I'll release them. Not to mention devouring them, I'll scare you to death. When the elemental eating bugs in the passage completely disappeared, Xiaohua immediately put away the sword pouch. As expected, in a moment, dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs flew out again and swayed in front of Xiaohua. Good boys. Xiaohua put away his transcendence golden body. With a wave of his hand, he took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to the spirit-swallowing bugs. The dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs rushed forward and devoured the spiritual herbs in a few breaths. How could she compare to him? If he wanted the immortal artifact, he might have a chance. In fact, Xian even thought of some bad things. What? Xiaohua saw the change in Xian's expression and said with a smile, could it be that you also want the immortal artifact? Instead of looking for someone? Humph. Xian snorted coldly, I'm not someone who doesn't mean what I say. Moreover, I've already made my purpose very clear, clap clap. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, since that's the case, it's good. It would be impolite for this little monk to refuse this immortal artifact. I'm ashamed to accept it. Xian fiercely clenched her teeth. It would be a lie to say that she didn't covet the immortal artifact, but she also knew that it was wishful thinking to rely on her own strength to obtain the immortal artifact. Therefore, she only put searching for someone as her top priority and didn't even mention the immortal artifact in front of others. However, the human heart had always been like this. If she couldn't obtain it, others shouldn't be able to either. But if others could obtain it and she couldn't, it was inevitable that jealousy would arise in her heart. Xian might not be able to reach the level of jealousy of others, but clearly, she also felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was the same feeling as when Guzhen faced Ci Hui, the feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else. With Xian's thoughts, the atmosphere unconsciously became strange. Only the sound of light footsteps could be heard in the passageway. After walking for a while, seeing that Xian was somewhat absent-minded, Xiaohua spoke again. Xian Yenhua, this profound water palace doesn't seem to be as simple as an ancient spell formation. Little monk, what do you mean? Xian shook her head and did her best to throw away these distracting thoughts as she asked. Xiaohua pointed at the tall passageway and explained, if it's an ancient Daoist spell formation, there's no need to use such a tall passageway, right? It's too much of a waste of materials. What are you trying to say? You might as well be more direct. Xian snappily interrupted Xiaohua's words, but without waiting for Xiaohua to open his mouth again, Xian suddenly thought of the white bones that she had seen in the spiritual grassland. Her brows wrinkled as she said, you mean, this profound water palace is so big, and many Daoist restrictions rely on the golden Buddha statues to resist. It seems to have something to do with diviners, right? Diviners? Xian's expression changed and her eyes rippled again. She stared at Xiaohua and asked again, little monk, you actually know about diviners? Xiaohua smiled, raising his eyebrows without eyebrows, dong dong. At this moment, in the tunnel not far away, a huge battle puppet appeared out of nowhere. It was also covered in battle armor and held a spear in its hand. When it took a step, the entire tunnel shook as it walked over. Diviners? Xian turned to look and was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. No. Xiaohua's eyes swept over. Although he was shocked, his reaction was different from Xian's. It's a puppet. Puppet? Xian was stunned and immediately understood. She nodded and said, that's right, it's a battle puppet of the Daoist sect. Then, Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze moved away from the battle puppet and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Her gaze was meaningful. However, when Xian saw the expression in Xiaohua's eyes, she was stunned again. That expression seemed very familiar. Yes, just a moment ago, when Xiaohua saw the spiritual grasses and the huge transmission array, his gaze was exactly the same as it was at that time. It was a kind of greed, a kind of eagerness. It was as if a pair of hands had reached out from his eyes and grabbed the huge battle puppet from afar. Xiaohua's current plan was that as long as the spirit stone of the war puppet was exhausted, this war puppet would no longer be the war puppet that could break Xiaohua's golden body with a spear. The war puppet was just a huge puppet. Whether it was to kill it or even subdue it, wasn't it all under Xiaohua's control? Thinking about the words, Xiaohua, on the forehead of this huge war puppet, Xiaohua could not help but be excited. He unconsciously laughed strangely and said, little darling, don't struggle. Quickly come into the arms of this young master will love you. As he spoke, the wishful staff was raised again, and without waiting for the cracks on the arm of the war puppet to heal, he hit it again. How could the war puppet understand? Next to him, Xian also understood, and her slightly pale golden skin instantly had goosebumps. However, in a moment, Xian was shocked again. In her eyes, this war puppet definitely had the strength of a 5th-level elemental force. This kind of strength did not lie in the depth of the elemental force, nor in the amount of elemental force, but in the strength of the spear, the reaction of the war puppet, and even the moves of the war puppet. Xian understood that this war puppet's moves were ingenious. Each move was flawless, and the waving of the spear was a means to kill the enemy. If she were to face this war puppet, although she could defend herself with the Imperial equipment would definitely not be a match for the huge strength of the war puppet. This was the principle of the so-called, one strength conquers 10,000. Xian knew that it was impossible for her to be a match for the war puppet, but the Xiaohua in front of her was unusually brave. He was definitely not the little monk who only knew how to bicker with Xian before. Not to mention the fierceness of the moves, not to mention the elegance of the wishful staff, but the bravery of the war puppet's spear made Xian convinced. The battle between Xiaohua and the war puppet was tragic, and it was almost like the staff was touching the flesh. Xiaohua and the war puppet were evenly matched. Not to mention that you were knocked down by the spear, even I was swept down by the wishful staff. In half a cup of tea's time, the entire passage was a mess. Within 100 feet of space, there were ruins, and it was really ugly. The body of the man and the war puppet was also full of scars. Not only were there thick cracks all over the war puppet's body, even Xiaohua's golden skin was black and missing a few pieces. It should be because of the war puppet's attack. But the more it was like this, the more Xian was shocked. She really couldn't understand, how could a little monk of the Buddhist sect be so vulgar with the war puppet of the Dao sect? Where did those profound Buddhist techniques and even the previous Dao techniques go? Little monk, after watching for a moment, Xian was frightened and couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Can you beat the war puppet? Where did all your Buddhist divine abilities go? Grandma, Xiaohua roared, I am a Buddhist Vajra. Is it possible that I am afraid of this war puppet? Xiaohua was once again caught off guard and was hit on the head by the spear. With a loud bang, the ground of the passage also sank a few feet deep hole. Why are you competing with a war puppet? Xian also unconsciously roared. What do you know? Xiaohua stood up from the wall and shook the dust off his body. He raised the wishful staff and rushed to the war puppet. At the same time, he shouted, this war puppet is not a human. It can only persist because of the spirit stones. This little monk is fighting with it, isn't it just to consume its spirit stones? You. In an instant, Xian immediately understood the greedy Xiaohua's thoughts. She raised her trembling finger and shouted, you still want this war puppet? Why not? Xiaohua didn't seem to be embarrassed that his abacus had been exposed and asked back. In just a moment, Xiaohua and the war puppet fought for several rounds. Xian's guess was right. A single force conquers all methods. This war puppet relied on this huge force to kill countless cultivators who coveted the profound water palace. And today, it encountered Xiaohua, who excelled in brute force. It could be said that it met a good talent. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua actually didn't have the upper hand at all. He didn't find this strange, because during this meal, the battle puppet didn't show any signs of energy exhaustion at all. Even the flaws in the spear's moves were becoming increasingly fewer. How was this the appearance of spirit stones being depleted? What's going on? Xiaohua felt that his arm was a little sore and numb. He was slightly puzzled. At this time, Xian also felt that something was wrong. Seeing Xian urge her genuine qi, the golden light above her eyes shone brightly. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the fiery golden eyes. Little monk. Suddenly, Xian, who seemed to have seen something, turned pale with fright again and exclaimed, don't you have any ideas? This war puppet doesn't have any spirit stones. The space between its feet and the ground is a little strange. Every time it moves, the world's spirit energy will be sent into the passage. In this passage, no, in the profound water palace, you are definitely not the war puppet's opponent. Ha ha ha. I see. Xiaohua understood and immediately laughed. Then it's even easier. As he spoke, he patted his forehead. A huge hand emerged from the top of Xiaohua's head and grabbed at the war puppet, the hand of a nascent soul. Xian bit her lips. Her eyes revealed an indescribable look. Even Xian herself didn't know what this meant. Boom. The nascent soul's hand grabbed the war puppet and threw it into the air. Chapter 34:55. Little darling, you can get up. Xiaohua roared, his figure bent slightly, and the wishful steel staff swung towards the legs of the battle puppet. Before Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff could touch the battle puppet, the stone wall flashed with brilliance, and countless fireflies fell like raindrops, covering Xiao Hua and the battle puppet. Oh no! Xiao Hua was shocked. He didn't know what these fireflies were. He couldn't care less about attacking the battle puppet again. He hurriedly raised his hand, and the seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space. Buzz! When the sound was heard, the bronze brilliance protected Xiao Hua. Salala! Like the sound of water droplets falling into a pot of oil, the bronze brilliance was rapidly eroded, and even the seal of turning the sea itself trembled slightly in the air. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his spiritual power, and his hands formed a seal. The seal of turning the sea roared again, trying its best to resist the green fireflies. At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and a sharp pain came from Xiao Hua's abdomen. A violent spiritual power instantly rushed into Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body from the pain, destroying Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body like a stampede of 10,000 horses. Xiao Hua lowered his head in disbelief, only to see that the spear in the battle puppet's hand had already pierced his abdomen. When Xiao Hua raised his head to look, the battle puppet, whose hands and feet had been bound a moment ago, was now rapidly flowing with blue light. Xiao Hua's silk binding technique had already been broken by shattering fireflies. A thick arm that had suddenly extended by a lot stabbed out with the spear, while the other arm clenched into a fist and punched towards the left side of Xiao Hua's face, courting death. Xiao Hua was angry. He was greedy for small gains, so he was reluctant to destroy the battle puppet, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. Roar! Xiao Hua hurriedly retreated, and hurriedly urged the seal of turning the sea. With a loud dragon roar, the coiling dragon on the seal of turning the sea turned 10 feet thick, flew out of the seal of turning the sea, and rushed towards the chest of the battle puppet with the seal in its mouth. Boom! The battle avatar was also extremely agile. Its right fist immediately gave up on Xiao Hua and punched the seal of overturn the sea. With a loud boom, the battle avatar's fist was knocked off a large part. The battle avatar's figure also staggered. The seal of overturn the sea was also sent flying high up into the air and rushed to the top of the passage. Little thing, you're down. Taking advantage of the battle puppet staggered, Xiao Hua retreated, and successfully got away from the spear. At the same time, the wishful steel staff on the ground, and hit the left leg of the battle puppet. The battle avatar was originally staggering, but now, it was swaying even more, as if it was going to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's eyes widened, and his Dharma body rushed towards the legs of the battle puppet. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the battle puppet. The battle puppet didn't panic. Although it saw the seal of turning the sea once again rushing from the sky, the right fist that had slowly healed was ready to strike again, and the left arm was retracted, and the spear stabbed towards Xiao Hua's back. Dang! Xiao Hua naturally let go of the battle puppet's attack, and swung the wishful steel staff in his left hand to block the spear. His Dharma body rushed forward, and hugged the legs of the battle puppet. The battle puppet was also very good. Although its figure was crooked, its right foot kicked up without hesitation, obviously trying to force Xiao Hua to defend. Who knew? With a loud bang, the right leg of the battle puppet kicked Xiao Hua's chest, and Xiao Hua didn't intend to dodge at all. Almost like the spear piercing the golden body, a strange force rushed into the golden body, crazily destroying it. When Xiao Hua urged the heavenly law embodiment of heaven and earth to contend with this force, he laughed proudly, ahaha. You should obediently be this father's puppet. Along with the laughter, Xiao Hua's left arm exerted strength, and his left shoulder arched forward, like a little ruffian fighting in the marketplace. He wanted to throw the battle puppet over. Regardless of whether Xiao Hua's move was obscene or not, in short, it was really effective. The battle puppet's figure was completely out of balance, and it was thrown towards the ground. Xiao Hua's right leg swept the ground again, and when the battle puppet's left leg left the ground, he could put the battle puppet into the space. Just when Xiao Hua was feeling proud, suddenly, a very familiar hissing sound came from above his head. See! Before Xiao Hua could raise his head to look, he heard Xianxian's frightened shout, "Little monk, Blackwater ancient beast." What? Blackwater ancient beast? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. How? How did it get here? Above Xiaohua's head, there was a green brilliance that opened like a door. The Blackwater ancient beast that had previously entered the Blackwater Palace only now found this place. Seeing that Xiaohua was fighting with the battle puppet, its eyes immediately flashed with a dark green brilliance. Following a hissing sound, the Blackwater ancient beast shook its head, and a desolate aura was released from its body, pressing down on Xiaohua like a mountain. At the same time, the Blackwater ancient beast opened its mouth, and a stream of green water poured down like the Milky Way. Amidst Xian's panicked shout, Xiaohua and the battle puppet were covered together. Damn it! Seeing that he had failed at the last step, Xiaohua was helpless. He didn't dare to put his mind on the battle puppet anymore. While the origin replenishing pill was repairing Xiaohua's viscera, it also produced a powerful suction force. It produced an awe-inspiring aura out of thin air and entered Xiaohua's body. The sizzling sound fell into Xian's ears. Xian acted as if she didn't hear it. She took out a jade box from her bosom and poured out some pink powder from the jade box to consume. After only a cup of tea's worth of time, a dark red color slowly appeared on her cheeks. During this period of time, Xiaohua's abdomen gradually healed. When the surface of the wound couldn't be seen, Xiaohua took out another set of clothes from the space. He didn't have a monk's robe. He also didn't dare to take out a Daoist robe. He only found an ordinary scholar's robe. Xiaohua checked a little and couldn't help but bitterly smile. His body was indeed powerful. It was really like what the Back Earth Village's elder Wu said, he had reached the realm of a demigod. Just now, the fatal blow from the mysterious water ancient beast and the 2 stabs from the battle puppet couldn't take his life. His body was currently rapidly recovering, especially his blood vessels. The blood-dripping paradise was even crazier. It had already recovered his blood vessels a step ahead of his body. However, this kind of recovery was not without a price. This recovery consumed Xiaohua's essence. Although this essence could be replenished with extremely rare spirit pills, the most important thing was to rely on the accumulation of one's own cultivation. The path of essence didn't have any special shortcuts. Normally, one could only rely on the accumulation of years and months of bitter cultivation. Even so, Xiaohua's most seriously injured internal organs still couldn't be repaired in time. Xiaohua's body had the celestial body bestowment technique, his meridians had the Dao sex cultivation method, and his blood vessels had the demon realm's blood-dripping paradise. However, these internal organs didn't have a specialized cultivation method. They could only be repaired by relying on the body. Xian laughed, "You can't even defeat the ancient profound water beast guarding the door, so how can you take away the immortal tool? Let's go, don't think so much. Follow me in and see if there is the person I'm looking for. If there is, little monk, you can help me." "Oh, don't worry, I definitely don't want any immortal tool, I just want to save people." "If there isn't, we'll find the exit and leave," okay?